Purchase your tracks today.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Purchase your tracks today.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Purchase your tracks
Hare.
today.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare
Purchase your
Hare.
tracks today.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
It will be this one. Purchase your tracks today.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming. Let's enter the fifth dimension. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Gauranga. Hare Krishna.
Anabolic beat.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. A little traditional. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhar, Sri Vasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhar, Sri Vasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda, Nityananda, 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya, 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 Krishna Chaitanya, Shri 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 Krishna Chaitanya, Radha Govinda, 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Where is everybody? Doesn't anybody want to come on? Why do I always have to ask? Why can't you guys just participate? Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya, Jaya Nityananda.
Thanks for using
Jaya Shri Advaita Chandra, Jaya Gaur Bhaktivinoda. What do we got up here? Okay, let's see here. Chaitanya Charitamrita, let's read. Chaitanya Charitamrita. Oops. Library. Hmm. 10th Canto. Chapter 29. The gopis meet. Krishna and the gopis meet for the rasa dance. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Sri Bhadrani said, Sri Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sri Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, full in all opulences. Yet upon seeing those autumn nights scented with blossoming jasmine flowers, he turned his mind towards loving affairs. To fulfill his purposes, he employed his internal potency. The moon then rose, anointing the face of the eastern horizon with the reddish hue of his comforting rays, and thus dispelling the pain of all who watched him rise. The moon then rose, anointing the face of the eastern horizon with the reddish hue of his comforting rays, and thus dispelling the pain of all who watched him rise. The moon was like a beloved husband who returns after a long absence and adorns the face of his beloved wife with red kumkum. Lord Krishna saw the unbroken disk of the full moon glowing with the effulgence of newly applied vermilion, as if it were the face of the goddess of fortune. Let's read something different here today. Something a little different. Okay, let's see here. Let's see where everybody is here. Hare Krishna. All right, back here. All right, library. Chaitanya Charitamrita. Chapter 1, Adi Lila. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the spiritual masters, the devotees of the Lord's incarnations, his plenary portions, his energies, and the primeval Lord himself, Sri Krishna. I offer my respectful obeisances to Sri Krishna and Lord Nityananda, who are like the sun and the moon. They have arisen simultaneously on the horizon of Gauda to dissipate the darkness of ignorance and wonderfully bestow benediction upon all. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda, who are like the sun and the moon. They have arisen simultaneously on the horizon of Gauda to dissipate the darkness of ignorance and thus wonderfully bestow benediction upon all. What the Upanishads describe as the impersonal Brahman is but the effulgence of his body, and the Lord known as the Supersoul is but his localized plenary portion. Lord Chaitanya is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna himself, full with 6 opulences. He is the absolute truth, and no other truth is greater than or equal to him. May the Supreme Lord, who is known as the son of Srimati Sachi Devi, be transcendentally situated in the innermost chambers of your heart. Resplendent with the radiance of molten gold, he has appeared in the age of Kali by his causeless mercy to bestow what no other incarnation has ever offered before, the most sublime and radiant mellow of devotional service, the mellow of conjugal love. The loving affairs of Sri Radha and Krishna are transcendental manifestations of the Lord's internal pleasure-giving potency. The loving affairs of Radha and Krishna are transcendental manifestations of the Lord's internal pleasure-giving potency. Although Radha and Krishna are one in their identity, previously they separated themselves. Now, these two transcendental identities have again united in the form of Sri Krishna Chaitanya. I bow down to him who has manifested himself with the sentiment and complexion of Srimati Radharani, although he is Krishna himself. Hey, Govinda, welcome. So you're back home, huh? I'm sorry, you're muted. Can't figure it out? Just look at the buttons. There's a microphone thing to the left, probably. It's got probably an X on it. Do you have your headphone thing plugged in or something? The boom box or? No? All right. Well, you might want to maybe go off and come back on or something. Let's see if we can work this out. Okay. Oh, you know what? I think it's me. I think it's my problem. Okay. All right. I know what it is, I think. Okay. Let me take care of that here. All right. Hare Krishna. Okay. Speakers. No. Seems to be working. Real tech speakers. Oh. Hare Krishna. They're not working. Speakers. They should be able to test it. Hare Krishna. Let me go off and on. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Okay. Anyway, I don't know. Whew. Okay, anyway, we'll get back to this. So, desiring to understand the glory of Radharani's love and the wonderful qualities in him that she alone relishes through her love, and the happiness she feels when she realizes the sweetness of his love, the Supreme Lord Hari, richly endowed with her emotions, appeared from the womb of Srimati Sachi Devi as the moon appeared from the ocean. Desiring to understand the glory of Radharani's love, the wonderful qualities in him that she alone relishes through her love. Okay, let's try this now. Let's see if it works. Is your
testing?
Okay, it was his thing. Okay, great. All right, thanks for coming on, man. Okay. Desiring to understand the glory of Radharani's love, the wonderful qualities in him that she alone relishes through her love, and the happiness she feels when she realizes the sweetness of his love. The Supreme Lord, Hari, richly endowed with her emotions, appeared from the womb of Srimati Sachi Devi as the moon appeared from the ocean. May Sri Nityananda Ram be the object of my constant remembrance. Sankarshan, Sheshanaga, and the Vishnus who lie on the Karana ocean and ocean of milk are his plenary portions and the portions of his plenary portions. All right. You know what? Okay, I'm going to try something else here. Something's up here. Hare Krishna. Bhagavatam. Questions. Chapter 1 of Srimad Bhagavatam. Okay. Text 2. Completely rejecting all religious No, text 1. O my Lord Sri Krishna, son of Vyasadeva. O my Lord Sri Krishna, son of Vyasadeva. O all-pervading personality of Godhead, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. I meditate upon Lord Sri Krishna because he is the absolute truth and the primeval cause of all causes of the creation, sustenance, and destruction of the manifested universes. He is directly and indirectly conscious of all manifestations, and he is independent because there is no other cause beyond him. It is he only who has first imparted the Vedic knowledge unto the heart of Brahmaji, the original living being. By him, even the great sages and demigods are placed into illusion, as one is bewildered by the illusory representations of water seen in fire, or land seen in water. Only because of him do the material universes, temporarily manifested by the reactions of the three modes of material nature, appear factual, although they are unreal. Oops. There she is. Welcome. Thank you for coming there, Sachi. Yeah. And only because of him, the material universe is temporarily manifested by the reactions of the three modes of nature, appear factual. Oops. I like this. It says, he is supremely independent. There is no other cause beyond him. Let's read that again here. He is independent because there is no other cause beyond him. Okay. So the Lord is in because nothing beyond him, so he's basically dependent on himself and his own potency. See? So we're dependent beings, being in the marginal position. So we're always dependent. But the thing is, we're lost in the modes. We're lost in the modes and weakened by that. So we're dependent on something in the modes or someone in the modes representing the modes. See? And it's always, there's always going to be some weakness there because it's in the inferior energy of the Lord. Being, attached to passionate people or passionate stuff, passionate energy or the ignorant people in ignorance, you become attached. See, so you become weakened by that. See, so you're not independent. Nobody's really independent. But when we take shelter of the supreme independent one, see, that's Krishna. That's what the Vedas are all about, teaching us about how to become dependent on the one who is independent of everything. He's not dependent on the modes. The modes are dependent on him. See, the modes of nature come from him and are dependent on his energies, his self, to keep them going. If he wasn't there, the modes wouldn't be manifested. See, it's like his shadow. They follow him around. See, but we're here lost in the modes. See, it has this thing where you forget who you are. See, we forget that we're meant to be dependent on the supreme independent one. And then in a sense, we become independent of the modes. Hey, this is why we need to do that. That's the whole purpose of Guru, is to help us become dependent on the supreme independent one. And that's where our real independence is. But it is and it isn't. I mean, we're independent more of the modes of nature, but we're dependent on the Lord and his source of independence, which is his internal potency. See, and so anyway, this is where it's all leading. That's the purpose of the Bhagavatam, is so we can get attached to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That's a manifestation. Even the name is a manifestation of his internal potency. Supreme Personality. See, there's a person that we can become dependent on. See, he's a supreme person. See, otherwise, you notice the people represent the various energies of God. And so people become dependent on those persons who represent these different energies. That's the idea of guru. See, and so if your guru doesn't really represent the spiritual potency of the Lord, then, you're not really getting, it's just kind of a practice thing. You're just not getting it. You got to find those who are dependent on the spiritual potency, the internal potency of the Lord. See, and then you become like that also. So, by him, even the great sages and demigods are placed in illusion. See, so in a sense, we're just in the material modes of nature, and the way out is to come into paramparam and to learn how to become dependent on the Lord. So he places, you could say he places us in illusion, but we can come out if we make connection with the parampara, like here. Then we can learn how to be dependent on the spiritual potency of the Lord, and be basically, with that rope, be pulled out of this. See, and then then that becomes our life and our soul and our protection and our everything. Otherwise, these things in the modes are they have a crippling effect. Okay, all right. Only because of him do the material universes temporarily manifested by the reactions of the three modes of nature appear factual, although they are unreal. Therefore, I meditate upon him, Lord Sri Krishna, who is eternally existent in the transcendental abode, which is forever free of the illusory representations of the material world. I meditate upon him, for he is the absolute truth. A little bit of the purport by A.C. Bhaktivedanta Prabhupada. Obeisances unto the personality of Godhead Vyasudeva directly indicate Lord Sri Krishna, who is the divine son of Vasudeva and Devaki. This fact will become more explicitly explained in the next work. In this work, Sri Vyasadeva asserts herein that Sri Krishna is the original personality of Godhead, and all others are his direct or indirect plenary portions of the portion. Sri Jiva Goswami has even more explicitly explained the subject matter in his Sri Krishna Sandarbha and Lord Brahma. And Brahma, the original living being, has explained the subject of Sri Krishna substantially in his treatise named Brahma Samhita. Okay, oops. Text number 2. Completely rejecting all religious activities which are materially motivated, this Bhagavat Purana propounds the highest truth. This Bhagavat Purana propounds the highest truth, which is those devotees who are fully pure in heart. The highest truth is reality distinguished from illusion for the welfare of all. Such truth uproots the threefold miseries. This beautiful Bhagavatam, compiled by the great sage Vyasadeva in his maturity, is sufficient in itself for God realization. What is the need for any other scripture? As soon as one attentively and submissively hears the message of the Bhagavatam, by this culture of knowledge, the Supreme Lord is established within his heart. Hare Krishna. So, Sachi, why don't you read us something here?
Okay, well, what would you like?
Chaitanya Bhagavat.
Okay, hold on a second. Do you have a preference or just where I finished off last time?
Yeah, where you finished off is good.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm in the Madhya Lila, chapter 23.
Okay, go for it.
All glory to Lord Chaitanya, who is an ocean of all transcendental excellences. All glory to him, who is also known as Vishvambara, who is the lawgiver of the entire material creation. You are very dear to Lord Nityananda and the crest jewel of the Brahminical race. All glory to your dearmost devotees. Lord Vishvambara continued his transcendental activities in Navadvip, but not all could see them, as Lord Vishvambara, the supreme hero, who descended from Vaikuntha, went about revealing his pastimes, the sublime joy of the devotees also increased. His dearmost associate and brother, Lord Nityananda, accompanied him everywhere and relished the transcendental mellows with him and his devotees. The Lord was always intoxicated, drinking the nectar of his own transcendental name. Every night he was submerged in the congregational chanting of the Lord's name with only his devotees. The non-devotees were disallowed in these kirtans. No one could fathom the Lord's potencies or activities. The envious persons not only allowed the envious persons not being allowed to come to these kirtans went around spreading bad rumors. Someone said, "Who can be a real Vaishnava in Kali Yuga? All those people are doing this simply for their food." Someone else said, if we could tie their hands and feet and throw them into the pond, then we might enjoy some peace and quiet." Yet another said, "Know one thing for certain, friends. This Nimai Pandit will ruin this village." These miscreants tried various means to enter the kirtan hall while the kirtan was in progress. They even reverted to threatening the devotees. But because their hearts were dried up of any piety, they could not enter. They could not influence the devotees and could not participate in the kirtan. Lord Chaitanya performed these nighttime kirtans and purified the entire material existence. Many town folks desired very much to see these kirtans, but lamented bitterly, ascribing the reason for not being able to see the kirtans to their great misfortune. Some of them would approach one of the devotees and pray to them to first deliver them from their sins and then secretly smuggle them inside the kirtan hall. But the devotees know that the Lord is the omniscient supersoul. He would immediately detect an unauthorized person's presence. So out of inviting the Lord's anger, the devotees refused to take anyone inside. Once, a brahmachari, a celibate student who was very peaceful, honest, and faultless, practicing penances and living only on milk. Here comes the milk drinker. And
You
then
know,
this,
taking the devotee inside. See, like some people want to go inside. Inside means basically you go inside that ecstasy. You know, you because usually people are on the outside because they're not liberated yet. So that's why there's a process of going through so you can go inside, into the more intimate relationship. See, these pastimes represent what happens internally, and that's why you see the milk drinker approach the devotee, or any of the others. If they still weren't so sincere, they approach the devotee to get inside. But if they're not sincere, they approach because they're challenging or envious or something like that. But that's not the way. So anyway, those who go inside into the more intimate dealings with the Lord, they come through the door. The door is the person who already has a relationship. See, so again, everything is showing Guru Tattva, all the verses and everything again and again and again. Because if you don't go inside, what's the point of I see in like in Vaishnavism, often people are just spouting verses from the external level, not knowing about the internal level. They're not inside yet. They're not really intimate and close. Therefore, they don't understand the scriptures really, and so they need to get inside. So you see, people have studied the scriptures here. Now they're when they come here and they give respect to the door, going through the door and learning the process from the bona fide representative, then they go in and they're getting inside. See, because the Lord's showing, you're going in the right way. That's how you. So the milk drinker did that, even though he was a sannyas, like a brahmachari. He was like a sannyas, but he went in through Srivas. He was very humble. Yeah. So he got in more of an intimate relationship. Okay, go ahead. Let's hear about the milk drinker.
you jumped ahead a little bit, but that's okay.
Yeah, I do.
How many times have you read this book?
Oh, plenty. Not enough. I always see more things in it. It's amazing. It's like a miracle. There's always more in there.
Yeah. Okay,
more angles on the same truth.
Okay, so once a brahmachari, a celibate student who was peaceful, honest, and faultless, practicing penances and living only on milk and fruits, not eating anything else, wanted to see the kirtans of the Lord. But the Lord personally shut the doors. So
See, this is Raganuga Bhakti. Even though he was a brahmachari, he still wanted to go in deeper. He wanted to see those intimate kirtans. See, intimate kirtan is like the rasa dance. The rasa dance is between the devotee, the awakened devotee, and the Lord. So he wanted to go inside. See, he wasn't getting enough just by doing austerity and renunciations and just eating certain things. He still couldn't get in, But so then, therefore, Raganuga Bhakti, this goes for everybody. Anybody who approaches the more intimate devotee, who has the symptoms of that intimacy, can get in. So this, you'll see that this brahmachari, he tried to go in through renunciation to get, to realize enlightenment and realize God and all that, but he couldn't get in that way. But the fruit of his renunciations and what he ate and everything was to approach the devotee who already has the relationship. So that's why, it said there's verses that say, like, look, mute your microphone, Sachi, while I'm talking. Yeah. There's verses that say Lord Chaitanya preaches real religious principles principles through a low-class, fourth-class brahmachari. All right, there we go. Yeah. The Lord Krishna preaches, hey, good. He preaches real religious principles through a low-class, fourth-class person. To teach this, that the main thing is to get in to the Lord. You have to go, where is the Lord's empowerment? Where is a person that's a real intimate associate? So a lot of people think, no, we got to go. It's the person who represents the Lord is a sannyasi, right? Isn't that's basically why the preaching, why Prabhupada and Bhaktisiddhanta often made, well, it's just, let's say Prabhupada made sannyasis out of like teenagers who, he's only did it for preaching purposes because they're not qualified to be. He said, well, I'm making a sannyas that's not real sannyas. It's just preaching, so people respect the sannyasi. Oh, and then they listen to everything. They can't distinguish, like, is this sannyasi bogus or is he really realized or not? But so for the beginning to get this word out and get things going, you make sannyasis like that. But that's not the real way to go into an intimate relationship with the Lord. I mean, if the sannyasi is self-realized, which is also very rare anyway, they're still trying to practice renunciation, or maybe they're a bogus, and who knows, there's all kinds of obstacles on the path. You have to find like Srivas, he was a Brahmin, simple Brahmin, but he had this intimate relationship. And so the Lord in these passages teaching, you see, it's not enough to even be a milk drinker to get into this intimacy. You got to recognize the symptoms of that intimacy on wherever you see it. Whether it could be on a dog. I mean, look at Shivananda Sain. He recognized the symptoms of intimacy with God on this dog and paid obeisances to it. But that dog got in because of its relationship, again, with a devotee. So that's why you hear these things that let's just be a dog of a devotee, Yeah, but who would really, this all blah, 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 nobody, who's going to, what, these sannyasis and gurus are saying, I just want to be a dog of a Vaishnava. But yeah, when the opportunity comes, they'll never do it. It's all bullshit, man. The whole world is full of bullshit, full of blah, 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 none of, well, when the time comes for that to happen, then you see the real story in the heart of the person. That's why the Lord shows that he empowers a low-class, fourth-class person to get people on an intimate relationship with him. And he also empowers low-class, fourth-class persons to go in the door, to show the world, to show these sannyasis, to humble them. Otherwise, they're all full of themselves, full of the false ego, full of these false ideas. Well, I'm a sannyas, man. I got a lot of followers. I'm definitely going into the kingdom of God. I'm going to Vrindavan. No, you're not. You got to understand the real essential principles to get into this intimacy. You got to look at where in the world is the Lord empowering somebody to get you in, like this brahmachari went through Srivas to get into this intimate kirtan. Otherwise, the door is locked, man. No matter what you want to do, you can climb in some other way or try this or that. You're not getting in. So the Lord has shown this again and again, and Jesus spoke about it when he said, hey, I'm the door. You can't get into this relationship without going through the door. Now, again, that in Christianity, they need to get clarity on this. I mean, Jesus even said, hey, man, Peter, because of your faith, I'm giving you the keys to the kingdom, because it's faith in a living representative of the Lord. How you get in. I mean, really get in. And that's why people here get the keys to get into the kingdom and to help others get into the kingdom, because they have the right preaching. See, the right understanding. It's the preaching of the word of God that gets people in. See, so the more mature, intimate devotees know that word clearly, and others are kind of in process. And actually, even those who know it clearly, it just gets more clear. It never ends. That's the fun of worshiping God on this intimate It's oh more jewels. See, that the mercy of Lord Chaitanya, which comes through the parampara and the real devotees, become qualified to collect the valuable jewels in the revealed scriptures. It's become qualified. Otherwise, you're not qualified. You can't collect these valuable jewels. You cannot show those jewels to others. You'll show some dog shit, to others. Something that's crapola. You need to be empowered to write transcendental literature and to also really speak it. I mean that's the real gold standard. If you're interested, and those who get that opportunity know what I'm talking about, because they get gold. Very quickly they're purified in heart, and then the spirit starts to arise. Actually, I just put something on my timeline, a very good scientific explanation of what's going on in this Sangha about the pineal gland. Is very good, but I have to explore more of this stuff, and because it's not enough just to have the science of it in that way, like a material, how it works. You need to have the spiritual basis, otherwise you go off. That's why this path is so wonderful. But basically, I always wonder, why do I feel so healthy? Even though I may be a little overweight and all this, but I always feel so healthy. Why don't I ever get a cold? The scientific explanation is, it talks about this energy rising up in the pineal all of a sudden. And why do you not really care about why do you feel free and all these things? It talks about all of this stuff. When the energy rises into the pineal and then you enter these other dimensions, then all of a sudden you get all the boons. This is what I talk about. The Lord gives you all these boons. One is good health and so many things. I can't imagine taking this thing. What the hell's the point? It would only be dangerous. The health is here, is get this stuff activated. And even scientifically, this guy is a scientific. Say, oh no, you get all these things happen. It's the boon of this. You get really healed in many ways. So everybody need to be patient here. And and go through the process. Go ahead, Sachi.
Be patient in what way? Patient in
for the awakening, for more of the awakening. You got to get purified. You got a lot of times a very strong addiction to the modes and dependence on them. That's the problem, is people have dependence on the modes. So coming here, we're learning dependence on the spiritual mode, the mode of pure goodness. I mean, this is a big thing. This is where we're released from the material energy forever. So, it takes time. Go ahead, Versace. So the main thing is this increasing attachment to this spiritual, it's like, oh yeah, it's so nice to be in sadhu sangha. Oh, it's so nice to hear about. See that attraction. This is like it's like a watering the plant, this devotional plant, so it can get stronger, and become more luxuriant with flutes and flowers and all that stuff. Go ahead, Satya.
So a brahmachari in Jesus's time could be compared to like a Pharisee. Would you say?
Yeah, you could say like that. Brahmin, Pharisee, sannyasi, but they're not, but in a different way. Yeah, and yeah, more or less.
Well, because it's saying in here that the Lord personally shut the door so no non-devotees could enter. And then this brahmachari would visit Srivas. And it's my understanding, I'd never heard of a brahmachari before I heard of Krishna consciousness. And so I would think of a brahmachari as being a devotee. But I guess it takes a while to be a true devotee.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's a difference. See, there's a difference between the brahmachari and sanya. In any of our difference is if you look at black and white. Okay, you can be a non-devotee and be a brahmachari, vanapras, sannyas, all in the these varna and ashram. Should be a non-devotee because devotion, pure devotion, has not awakened in your heart. It's still dormant. See, so. But you can be a brahmachari and a sannyasi and everything and have devotion. It's not restricted. Devotion is not restricted to varna and ashram. It's dependent on the mercy of a Vaishnava and the Supreme Lord. See, so that's the essence. Again and again and again. People still, in Vaishnavas, they think it's dependent on you being a sannyasi or something. You know, this is mundane, material. See, this is a spiritual topic. That's why it's everything you hear is the essence, the essence, the essence. See, so you can go cut through the bullshit, man. Cut through the externals. Like, oh, look at me. You see, I'm sannyas and I got the rubber stamp from my group. Therefore, I am bona fide Gurudev or bona fide sannyasi Bhakti Vedanta. But here we cut through the mustard, man. What is the fluff? Hey, Noodles, welcome. We cut through the fluff, go right to the essence. The essence is the devotional potency. Who has it? Who doesn't? You know, because if you don't, you're basically a non-devotee. You have no devotion awakened yet. I mean, we got to show the gold standard at some point. Otherwise, nobody knows. Okay?
Just to help Sakshi understand a bit about brahmachari. Brahmachari means student.
Student, yes, a student thing. Okay, go ahead there. Continue reading.
Okay, so the Lord shut the door on the non-devotees. So this brahmachari, the milk drinker, would visit Srivas Pandit every day and repeatedly request him to allow him inside the kirtan. He would say, "If you kindly take me inside your house during the kirtan, then I can feast my eyes on the Pandit chanting and dancing.
Mm-hmm.
I will be ever grateful to you for this." Finally, one day, Srivas Pandit replied, "I know you to be a good person. You have spent a sinless life eating only fruits and milk, maintaining strict celibacy. I think you're eligible to see the Lord's kirtan and dancing, but you have to remain hidden inside the house, since the Lord's orders are that no one is allowed inside."
See, that's what people think. You lead a sinless life. You know, if you don't eat meat, you don't do this, you don't do that, you're leading a sin. Therefore, you're qualified to have an intimate relationship with the Lord. Oh, you're a sannyasi. You got the cloth on. Oh, you got the rubber stamps. Oh, you vegetarian. You're definitely qualified to be guru. I mean, they're still. Can you imagine? People still thinking like that. The pastimes, just refute that. And so Srivas is taking that side and showing this. But how he really got in was he petitioned Srivas, even though he was in you could say, in a higher position materially, because Srivas, I'm sure, ate vegetables and food.
He was a grihasta.
Grihasta. He was a grihasta, had children and all this. And the guy was a milk-drinking brahmachari, strict, no sex, nothing, man. But yet he went through the devotee. And this is the lesson even now. That's why the Lord has that verse. Lord Chaitanya teaches real religious principles through low-class, fourth-class persons, so that to defeat the pride of the sannyasis and gurus. You notice that alignment with that verse here? Isn't this like a perfect opportunity? You see why we're poo-pooing all the external standards, checklists, and all this brahmachari or gurudevs, that have been voted in gurus. You notice we poo-poo all of that stuff, and if even one of them, one of those guys that I'm talking about comes through the door, they're going to get the in, but they don't usually care. They're so full of this external stuff and having all their followers and everything, they're going to go to their deaths without this. This is the real jewel. This is the real gold, is this relationship. This is what they're studying. It's proof that they don't know who they're worshiping. They don't know the process of who they're taught by who they're worshiping. But we do here. That's why anybody who comes through this door gets to know really more intimately these principles taught by Lord Chaitanya. Otherwise, you won't know. You can't understand them from them. They're like that milk drinking brahmachari, but not as good because he at least went through Srivas. These guys won't even do it. See, so therefore they stay outside the kirtan, and all they can do is, oh, go a hari, if they're even noticing. Keep trying to get their attention. If we can get at least some aversion from these guys, some actual vocal, like going against, if I could just hear like one of these guys, I don't hear nothing like that. We still don't get their attention.
They're too smart. They're too cute to even mention your name. They know by even mentioning your name, the cat's out of the bag.
I keep trying to spark a fight, but nobody's nobody's engaging.
Why would you pick a fight that you know you'd lose? So they're not going to go there.
Go ahead, Sachi, read some more.
Wait, can I just reveal a revelation?
Yeah, go ahead, reveal a revelation.
I was just thinking, why the hell would Srivas allow this brahmachari in secret if he knew, which he does know, that Lord Chaitanya is God? The whole idea of, yes, you can come, but you have to hide. And then I thought, who is Srivas? Oh, he's Narada Muni, the shit stirrer. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he does all these things, He knows he's inspired by the Lord. The Lord wanted him to do that so the Lord can do this very colorful pastime. I mean, it's really colorful. I mean, the Lord says, what's going on here? Why am I not feeling the ecstasy? And then he says, somebody hiding in here,
Have I even looked at an atheist? Oh, pluck out my eyes.
Yeah. He has to. He wants to teach these things. Yeah, go ahead, there, Sachi.
Okay, so Srivas said, "You can. I'll get you in, but you have to remain hidden."
Okay, we got a question here, a comment. So the pineal gland is part of the material body. So how is it connected to the spiritual? How is it connected? What happened here? Yeah. Okay. You see it's just like the body. It's a container for the spirit. It's a tool, an instrument to work in this plane, into this world. And it's so just like the tongue. We're using the tongue to chant the holy name, and it can be spiritually activated. It's like this is a glove. So the pineal gland is part of that. For the part of the energies to flow into that and into this world too, connect that world and into this world. So that's why the Lord and the devotees come here, so that people can get access. They're like a portal to that spiritual world. They're a container from which you can drink this bhakti. So and become activated yourself and activate these centers in the body so the spirit can flow up into this. Like Jesus said, those who believe in me, living waters will flow from their belly. It comes up into there and goes up, and you start to perceive the spiritual dimension. And you watch that video on my thing, you'll see the elements there. What happens is you enter a consciousness above the material human plane. And that's where the real peace is. This is the peace that surpasses all understanding, that Jesus is hinting at. All these things is in spiritual consciousness. Lord Chaitanya, when he awakened, he realized that the needs of the people of the world is spiritual. See, spiritual means the spiritual awakening, because this lifts up of us above material dualities and become dependent on the spiritual potency and liberated in that way. Otherwise, we're not liberated. These persons here in the world, they're dependent on the modes of nature. See, and that just causes action and reaction and more rebirths because of the action and reaction and dependence on the modes. See, the devotee is dependent on the spiritual energy primarily. They know what it is. They can access that. That's the idea of having a real guru. A real guru is self-realized. They know what the real self is and connect to it in a more mature way, and then they teach others how to do that. Otherwise, without a person connected, how are you going to, it's like we have so many people that are teachers in religion. See, it's still religion unless you're really connecting with that. Unless you have to be the Bhagavatam verse personified. This Bhagavatam is not materially motivated. You have to have transcended religion. You have to have abandoned that and are truthfully connected to the source. And then you can help others get there quickly. Otherwise, how can a blind person awaken a blind person? You're still blind until you're spiritually connected like that. These pastimes are all to help us understand how to achieve this connection with the source. Go ahead there, Lasanchi.
Okay, so Srivas brought the brahmachari inside, who then carefully concealed himself. The kirtan started, and the Lord of the 14 worlds, Vishvambara, began to dance. Lord Nityananda and Gadadhar Pandit danced around the Lord, while Advaita went dancing hither and thither, floating on waves of joy. Everyone was drowned in an ocean of ecstasy.
It's interesting about this pineal gland thing. I notice like mine opens and closes sometimes. And when it's closed, it's like I can't get access, so, and it could be, who knows why, what it could be, maybe lack. Sometimes if I'm not slept enough, I can't concentrate to even chant. That's why I'll just stop and get more sleep or something. So there's various things. And I noticed when I was in Mayapur, what closed this pineal gland I couldn't access was this bang bang stuff. When this showed me these guys are not awakened. They're out there every day, bang bang, regular thing. How can they do that? I would just completely close me off. I would not be able to connect, or the loudspeaker. It's like, this is no wonder you abandon religion for truth. I could not stand this. Especially the bang, bang, bang,
I must interject. I must. The Lord within me is telling me to interject here.
Interject. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm interjecting. There's something about intense rhythm that actually helps you get into a state of trance that I've experienced personally. That this intense rhythm, repetitive, it kind of shuts down certain parts of yourself and opens up, for me, I don't know, allows another state of consciousness to come in, and you do go into a trance state when you go through a certain threshold.
There's rhythm is different than bang, bang, bang without any rhythm.
I know. I try to teach Govinda Kartals. I know.
Loud things, and loud, man, just like unbelievable. So I don't know, that would shut me down, shut this thing down. I literally, So there's some importance there. I it's like, can you imagine trying to chant Hare Krishna without a tongue? How would you do that? The tongue is important. See, it's an instrument for this. So that's why the devotees come here. The spiritual potency uses the body like a flute, like an instrument. Krishna's breath, his breath is a spiritual breath, right? And it's using the instrument, the flute. So that's a spiritual representation, of how this energy flows through the body. Is the devotee is a flute. And the spiritual potency is flowing through there, not the mode. See, people are flutes, even in this world. There's something coming out of them. Just like when you get really spiritual attuned, you don't want to hear the voices. I don't even like, when I shut this thing off, it bothers me. When it goes, thank you for using, I just like, yuck. It's a material vibration from a material person. I can't stand that. Because I'm used to hearing spiritual vibration, energy, even in chanting. This is, I don't like hearing these material vibrations from persons that are, that are being pushed by the modes. You ever see passionate people they're talking really fast? See, and you're listening to that. What are you listening to? This energy is going into your ears and polluting you. This is sin, actually, because it's the modes of nature is all, represents sin energy. See? So the more you get purified, the more you're reluctant to hear just bullshit stuff, stuff from the material modes of nature. I remember even Sachi started to, she used to have a friend. They would get together and blah, 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 talk. Blah, blah, blah. After a while, coming to classes, she stopped liking more and more. She didn't want to, and now she's not even her friend anymore. But remember that lady? What's her name? Anyway, forget about her name. She was a Eckhart. What was this Scientologist or something?
No, yeah. I forgot.
Yeah, something. Anyway, it was basically Mayavadi. But they get to talk, blah, 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 and after a while, after hearing classes, you don't want to hear that vibration because it's all just about the modes and the world and stuff like that. It doesn't really satisfy the heart when you're starting to get a taste for what satisfies the heart. See, so the chanting of the truths, they're more satisfying to the heart. Go ahead, Sachi.
Everyone was drowned in an ocean of ecstasy, becoming oblivious to the external world, as the Lord of Vaikuntha was lost in himself, dancing to his devotees, singing. The only sounds that were heard were the Lord's names, and the Lord exhibited all the ecstatic symptoms in unlimited waves. The omniscient.
You know that thing where it says, "Don't cast your pearls before swine and food before dogs." So that's basically what Lord Chaitanya was doing. The people in the kirtan appreciated what he was doing. That's why Srivas let him in, because he was humble, had the right mood, right attitude. He wasn't envious and jealous and trying to interrupt the kirtan. Like we have some people coming here sometimes. They have envy and jealous, even, and they slide in there. Like one guy was doing that just recently. I won't name you probably people, but afterwards I got all these complaints. Not all, but a couple complaints. They said, this guy has come to me and he's saying all this stuff and is making me feel really bad. See, so some people try to get in, but their intentions are not good. They could be jealous or envious and all that, and it spoils things. It makes the devotees unhappy. See, so that's why the only real qualification here is like faith and openness, at least open to hearing, to see if faith can develop. Because when the faith develops, you got everything. It's a faith thing. Oh, because that's the faith is like the rope onto the spiritual potency. You hold on to Guru and it connects you through the line all the way to Lord Chaitanya. See, as soon as you let go of that rope, then you start to go off. See, so the rope connects you all the way through. He is my Lord, birth after birth. If you don't have that mood, then you've lost the path. Be like people, they lose the path when they start to go, oh, I'm ecstatic now. I got this ecstatic energy, and thank you very much. I'll see you later. Boom. See, they let go of the rope, and they start spinning out in somewhere else. See, they're not following the path. See, the path is always connected, and that connects you to all these other Vaishnavas. You'll be able to always stay connected because it's a family. And the Lord gives you a living guru if you have not made this connection in the previous life. He may even give you a guru now if that's what he wants you to teach the world.
Ready for me to read?
Yeah, go ahead.
So they were all, the only sounds that were heard were the Lord's names, and the Lord exhibited all the ecstatic symptoms in unlimited waves. The omniscient Supreme Lord Vishvambara was
You
full.
see how important it is to see these ecstatic symptoms? The devotees got to see ecstatic symptoms of the Lord. That you're seeing the relationship between the devotee and the Lord. The Lord came to show that, to how it is a devotee, the exalted position of a devotee who worships the Lord. They're the ones who know. See, they have these very deep revelations because of this communion, this intimate communion with God. That's where we need to get this connection. You got to go through those devotees. You got to hear from those devotees because they bring forth real clarity on the scriptures. Nobody else is clear. I've seen this. I've seen so-called Raganuga Bhaktas, and they talk and they give classes and everything, but they're not awakened yet. Therefore, they don't have really good, clean realizations yet. So they need more association with ecstatic devotees. And until you get that, understand its value, then you more or less kind of hover on the material platform. You need to look, where is the Lord empowering devotees with similar symptoms that he had, that kind of ecstatic devotion? Because that's where you're going to get it. Those persons are more intimate. They have more intimate understanding of the Lord, no matter what their position is. A Sudra, a Brahmachari, it doesn't matter. You got to look for the internal symptoms of that intimacy, and that's this ecstatic worship. That's simple. Isn't it amazing? People are worshiping Krishna for years and years and years, and they have titles of gurus and all this, and they don't know how to practically apply finding the jewel, in this life even. They don't know, where is it manifested? When is it manifested? When can you achieve this mercy of the Lord, special mercy of the Lord? See, anyway, that's what we're here to teach. For those who are ready, Prabhupada's been preaching for 50 years. Look, Pani was part of that group in Noodles. Now they moved here. See, moved to advance and understanding. Go a little deeper. Yeah, and so it's like that. That's why, the Lord gives the order, okay, bring people inside that are ready. I'll send them to you. So I say, I just continue to preach. You preach too, and those who are meant to come, they'll just show up. Oh, yeah, it's like the orphan on the doorstep, and we take them in. You ever see there's a baby out there that's needs some attention, otherwise it can't survive on its own. That's what we deal with here. If you come into this lifetime, and this is the Raganuga principle, you can check it out with Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur in his Ragvartma Chindakika. When you have this inclination, and you like this kind of worship that we're doing here, which is very intimate and is the whole point of Krishna consciousness, really, and is what Lord Chaitanya came to teach. But when you see, I want to also worship like that, and then you come into this association, this is where you can develop this. Otherwise, it's not. You cannot really develop it amongst the Vaidhi platform. They don't understand this. As soon as if any symptoms of this kind of bhakti arises, often they'll be somewhere. Most of the persons there will misunderstand it and think it's something bad. I've seen this amongst Christians and who are not ecstatic, and amongst Vaishnavas who are not ecstatic yet. They don't understand its importance. See? So this teaching are for those who are starting to realize they're in the wrong place right now. They need to be in this kind of environment, which is very rare for devotees, because this is the only kind of environment and the right soil for this pure devotional service to grow. So some people come in, you could see they come in and they're not really interested in being planted. They're here, they cause a natural disturbance because they're not have the right mentality. Yeah. So that's why I or Krishna removes them, just get rid of them. Okay, go ahead, Achi. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
The omniscient Supreme Lord Vishvambara was fully aware of the brahmachari's presence, although he was in concealment. After a short while, the Lord commented, "Today I do not feel the usual ecstasy while dancing. Can anyone explain this to me? May someone be hiding inside the house? Please tell me the truth." Srivas Pandit became very afraid. He said, "My lord, I assure you, there are no atheists or non-believers in the house. Only a brahmachari, a fully qualified Brahmin who is
You
sinless."
see the word? No atheists or non-believers. So at this level of definition, a non-believer is an atheist. This is proven. Devotees, Vaishnavas don't know this. That's why they stay, they can't distinguish a really advanced devotee from a person that's not an advanced devotee. They can't tell that many times, many of these gurus are basically atheists. You know how you know? Now you can know, because here, if you're a non-believer in what this kind of worship is, you're an atheist. I don't care how big your position is. I don't care how big your title is. If you don't believe in this ecstatic worship, you do not believe in the true God. The true God. The true God here is defined clearly. The true God here is Shuddha Bhakta. See? Shuddha Bhakti. See, the true God has the internal potency, the personal potency. And if it's manifested here and being manifested, literally before the world, and you don't accept it, you are an atheist. Now that is pretty humbling to a guru or sannyasi, right? Ultimately. Then right now they'll go, "How dare you!" That's why I just waiting for somebody to get this message across to one of these. I want to see, how dare this Gohari say such a thing about our illustrious sannyasis and gurus in the big movements. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, man. That's the real definition. If you're a non-believer, see, the kirtan, the real kirtan, intimacy with God, the real God, Lord Chaitanya, was an ecstatic personality, man. He had love of Krishna. And a non-believer atheist did not appreciate the true form of the Lord. The true form of the Lord is ecstatic ananda, yes? If you don't like this ananda, when it's manifested on representing that ananda, a representative is a real spiritual master, a real devotee, a real associate of Lord Chaitanya, and you don't like it, you're an atheist. I don't care how many rules and regulations. We had a Jarasandha. Jarasandha followed all the rules and regulations. and he worshiped Vishnu. But he's known as a demon and an atheist because he went against the transcendental Krishna from Vrindavan, ecstatic Krishna. He didn't understand him. He said, "Oh, who are you, man? You are not following the rules and regulations perfectly like me. You're not," he was charitable to Brahmins and all this stuff, but he's still known as a demon simply because he went against the real God. The real manifestation of God in this world is Japa Bhakti. We're planting that flag in the world. That is the real God, man. Ecstatic devotees who are mature in their devotion represent that Lord nicely and truly. See? And if you can connect there through that devotee, see, you'll connect to the true God. And people are feeling that here. When you just develop even a little faith in this kind of preaching, you'll feel this special mercy. The Lord is so pleased. He's thinking, wow, you have faith where I'm really working, not in my shadow forms of goodness, passion, or ignorance. You have faith where I'm really working. Oh, you're going to get a boon for that. You're going to feel connected to something very special. You're going to get through things that people can't get through easily, very hard. You're going to be more important to who it is that is worthy to be, this is like we're meant to be important to the Lord. Oh, you're a devotee of a devotee, or somebody I actually really sent in this world to deliver people, and you're becoming connected with them. Oh, you're developing faith in them by hearing and sticking around. Oh, that's when you start to get the boons. You see, remember, the Lord says, this is in his 21 hours of ecstasy. He said, everybody come that has faith in what we're doing. Oh, here, what do you want? Here's a boon. Yeah. Well, I just want to be with you, Lord. I want this. I want you. My Guru Dev, give him faith in you. People actually had gurus back then. Other gurus that didn't have faith in Lord Chaitanya. He said, oh, please have faith. Give faith to my Guru Dev over there. Just like here, people coming, they had gurus. It may come in your heart and say, oh, please give my Guru faith in what we're doing here, this Japa Bhakti manifestation of Krishna consciousness here. Yes, Gurudev. Here, read this, Sachi. Pani, you read this. Wake you up a little bit.
It's from the devotee from Germany. Yes, Gurudev, I'm feeling it more and more lately. My faith is growing steadily and I'm happy.
Yeah, it's all a faith thing. So, and the test is you'll get the Vaidhi Bhaktis coming. What are you thinking about? Blah, 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 blah. And so you get stronger. You might feel it like arrows, like, oh, but anyway, it's part of the process.
Ready for me to read?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Lord was dancing and he's asking, well, I don't feel the usual ecstasy. So Srivas says, well, there is, he asked if there's anybody in hiding, and Srivas said yes, but he's not a atheist and he's not a non-believer. It's only a brahmachari, a fully qualified Brahmin who is sinless and drinks only milk and eats.
Yeah, and so again, see, and Sachi, it's not about getting somewhere, okay? It's about the spirit, and that's what I'm acting on. It's in case you know. Okay, so the whole idea here is Srivas's and this pastime is to teach that it's about faith. You see, this guy, he has faith in you, Lord. See, that is the qualification. He's faith in this. He has faith in your dancing, your ecstatic manifestation. See, so, he's not a non-believer. He's not an atheist. I kind of lost my little point, but read that sentence again. Maybe it'll come back.
He's not a. There is somebody here, but he's not an atheist or a non-believer. Only a brahmachari, a fully qualified Brahmin who is sinless and drinks only milk and eats only fruit. He had a. You're probably thinking of the next sentence.
Keep going. Yeah, keep going.
He had a strong desire to see your dancing. You are very right, my lord. He is now here in hiding.
Yeah, see, the main thing is that strong desire to see the dancing and to humbly to go through Srivas to get into the kirtan. See, to see the dancing, that's the Raganuga quality. I want to see this manifestation of worshiping the Lord in ecstasy. That's what Lord Chaitanya showed. He came in the mood of his greatest devotee, Radharani, and showed the highest ecstasy, actually. And so the brahmachari was very greedy for that. See, so Srivas, being a little joker like he is, said, well, he's sinless. He only drinks milk. He knew what the Lord's going to say. He wanted to hear the Lord speak it himself. So go ahead.
Okay, so this information that the brahmachari was in hiding there enraged the Lord, and he said, right now, this very moment, take him out of the house. What spiritual sadhana does he possess to enable him to see my dancing? How can he develop devotion to me by drinking milk?
There you go. See, this is the thing. People think, oh, I can develop devotion by austerities and renunciation and fastings and sadhana. See, what kind of sadhana can he do to develop devotion to me? See, devotion is the only way to worship the Lord of Vrindavan. Without it, you're not really worshiping the real Krishna. So everybody's trying to figure out how to worship the real Krishna by sadhana. By renunciate. You notice the gurus teach, renunciate, sadhana, chant 1 lakh a day, all these things. You'll develop devotion to Krishna by your sadhana and by your renunciation, by your fastings and by your rules and regulations and all. Yes, you'll get it that way. But the Lord says, what kind of sadhana can you do to develop devotion to me? Okay? That's why it says it's not by sadhana, not by renunciation. This is the verse in the Bhagavatam that Lord Chaitanya quoted often. And we quote also so that people can finally get it. Not by sadhana, not by mantra chanting, not by renunciation, not by austerities, not by pious deeds. Can you worship Krishna of Vrindavan, attain Krishna of Vrindavan? No, it's through the devotees who chant the holy names with great ecstatic devotion. That was Srivas. He went through. Hey, what happened to Madhumanga? Let's get him back here. It's through Srivas. Is that him? Oh, there you go. Oops. Yeah, it's through Srivas who has this ecstatic connection with Lord Chaitanya, who is favorable to ecstatic worship. That's why it's so easy here. You just can become favorable increasingly, because are we teaching you blind beliefs here? After spending 20, 10, 20, 30, 40 years in places like ISKCON, where you're taught to blindly accept and blindly comply and blindly believe that these gurus are bona fide, or you're tricked into it by some checklist which doesn't represent the real qualification. Then when you come here and then you say, boy, it's so nice to be intelligently schooled, to hone my intelligence, to be, this is how we do it. If you're in the world even, and you associate with intelligent people, you listen to them, you develop that kind of intelligence. You ever notice that? I noticed that. You listen to a philosopher and they give you a good logical sequence of thought, you kind of develop that. You're like, oh, wow, that really helped. But this, oh man, this is devotional intelligence. The Lord is teaching that, and we also teaching what he taught as it is. You notice? As it is. To help people get it. They read it in a book, but don't get it. Pani probably read these things and didn't get it. Now you get it when you hear it spoken by a person realizing these things, a person that is in that intimate kirtan like Srivas. Then you start to get it. Starts to make real good sense. See, now your intelligence, now you're getting devotional intelligence, hearing from real devotees who have their inside. You can see they're inside that kirtan with Lord Chaitanya. They have ras. Their spiritual bodies awaken, exchanging these devotional mellows. Now, tell me, how can you get a better teacher than that? You could see with your own eyes the person's inside the kirtan. What do you think? It's about some house thing? You think it's all external? It's about, going into Srivas's house and opening the door. All these things are also metaphors, man. It happened, but it's a metaphor of what actually happens internally. When you make the real connection, the devotee, like Srivas, they're with that qualification. They're already in the intimate kirtan. They bring you on inside. Into that intimate relationship, you can see and appreciate more. You feel that relationship with that transcendental Lord. You're brought inside the kirtan, inside the house. See, the house is inside the body. See, wake up, you sleepers out there, sleeper agents. Time to wake up. Spani was a sleeper agent who's out there in the sleeping in ISKCON over there. We woke him up. Wake up. Any other sleepers in ISKCON or Gaudiya Samiti, Gaudiya Math? You sleeper agents, wake up. Time to activate. You're in service now. We're moving down the line here. Go ahead, Sachi. Hey, Pani, your turn. Read some Chaitanya Bhagavat, where she left off.
His book may be different from mine a little bit, but
yeah.
But I'm in Madhya Leela chapter 23.
Oh, there you go.
23, yes.
And then like the second page of that chapter, kind of towards the bottom, maybe.
Well, I've turned my camera off. I have to do something here. Be right. I'm listening though.
Yeah, I got it. Srivas Pandit became very afraid. He said, "My lord, I assure you, there are no atheists or non-believers in this house. Only a brahmachari, a fully qualified brahmana who is sinless and drinks only milk and eats only fruits. He had a strong desire to see you dancing. You were completely right, my lord. He is here in hiding." This information enraged the Lord, who said, "Right now, this very moment, take him out of this house. What spiritual sadhana does he possess that enables him to see my dancing? How can he develop devotion to me simply by drinking milk?" The Lord dramatically raised his arms and, pointing his finger to make a point, continued, "Just by drinking milk, no one can attain me. Even a low-caste dog-eater can claim me if he takes full shelter of me. I then accept him." A person may be a sannyasi, a renunciate without any worldly attachments, but if he does not surrender to me, then I do not favor him.
Okay, see, this is the key word there. One can take complete shelter. One who takes complete shelter of me can attain me. So that's a hint, man. So complete shelter is like the verse that Prabhupada quotes so often. He said, those who have equal faith in both the bona fide spiritual master and Krishna, the purports of the Vedas are revealed automatically. because that's the complete shelter. If you people say that they are a direct devotee of Krishna, like we have one just went out, I'm just me and Krishna, me and Krishna. They claim to be my devotees are not my devotees, who claim to be a direct devotee of mine. But those who are the devotees of my real devotees are actually my real devotees. See, that's the complete shelter, comes with the devotee. That's why you see how you can see the symptoms of real devotees here. They have equal faith in their guru here, a living guru that is proves to be qualified because look at their ecstasy. That's the witness. You could see those persons that have complete faith. Can you see how the Lord is practically actually teaching in this Sangha so precisely, like a brain surgeon, man. They have such equal faith in Guru that's not feigned and not blind, and Krishna. They get this kind of ecstatic. The purports of the Vedas are revealed automatically. What are those purports? Well, mainly the ecstatic worship, as well as conclusive understanding. You notice that? You notice that in Lalita. You could see in Furi. You notice that in who else? Johann. You notice that in Govinda. These qualities. They're starting to shine, and others also, and as they develop and then become more inflamed, then we can comment too more on these things. But you see, this is the real process. This
Why
is what the
didn't you
Lord.
say Yamuna? Why didn't you say Yamuna?
I'll say as I say. When I'm ready to do it, I'll say it. Yeah. It's getting there. It's growing, it's getting there. It's coming along in everybody. So, yeah. So anyway, that's the meaning of the Lord. Complete shelter. That is important. You see how the brahmachari also, he had faith in Lord Chaitanya's dance. He wanted to see the dancing, greed for that. But he had faith also that Srivas would get him in. See, precise path, isn't it? Narrow is the gate. We're teaching the narrow gate here, man. And it works because those who are actualizing this in their lives are getting the result. And the Lord's saying, you see, this works. You see, this is how it works. You won't see this on these big gurus. You think that's wealth, having all those followers. Oh, Gurudev, jive, whoa, let's have a big party. You think that's wealth? No. This is the wealth. This is the jewels, man. This is what the Lord loves, this kind of truth, this kind of ecstatic worship. Otherwise, that's all. What is that, man? That's chunk change. That's the shadowy opulences. Even the guru has that kind of, Guru Dev, give it Bhakti Vedanta and everything. They're not paying, they know what is real. What is real is this ecstatic worship of the Lord and collecting all this and sharing that with the world. Their happiness is in glorifying the Lord, not being glorified. It's the Lord. That's why the Lord came as a devotee. The Lord is thinking, boy, everybody's glorifying me as great and everything. Yeah, but I want to taste that, the happiness of glorifying God, glorifying my devotees. See, so he came as Lord Chaitanya as a devotee. That's the treasure, is the inclination to glorify the absolute truth as it is. To relish that, to taste that. To share these jewels with those who are greedy for it, who develop like, wow, that's real treasure. Okay, thank you for opening what do you think opening my darkened eyes are? The real guru opens your darkened eyes to what is treasure. You think big treasure is glorifying those who have not realized Krishna? That ain't treasure. Realize, no, the treasure is glorifying those who have realized Krishna. You will taste it. I mean, I do it all the time. I glorify Prabhupada, I glorify Bhakti Vinod and Bhakti Siddhanta, but I don't glorify people who have big titles but don't have the real deal. Prabhupada didn't do it either. That's why he called most of his own godbrothers neophytes, to help people understand they're not ready to be glorified. Don't do it. If you do it, you're mixing what is transcendental, what is spiritual. That means you don't know what is spiritual. Because if you really know what is spiritual, you will be glorifying that only. That is to do with the spiritual potency. That rope is the only rope that's going to take us out of this material world. I ain't going to be glorifying mixing that, bad apples with transcendental apples. I'm not going to mix even good apples with transcendental apples. In goodness, that's a good apple, right? No. You don't mix goodness with pure goodness. No. I don't like that. Do you? If you do, you're not seeing things as they are. Prabhupada didn't mix even his godbrothers who were following rules and regulations and everything. You notice how Brahma Pani always comes when we have these Brahmin bashing things. Even Lord Chaitanya is bashing the Brahmins, and he comes right, he can smell it. This is not even his time. He even said, this is not my time. But as soon as I start to, Lord Chaitanya starts to bash him and I start to come along bashing him, he's right there. Listening to
it's Lord who's sending me, Maharaj. Whatever attachment I had, he just sends it. Now I feel it's great that you're uncompromising. You're uncompromising. That's great. I feel now when I hear.
You like it now. See, he likes it now. It's getting a taste for something beyond that white cloth thing, Look at it. He usually wears a white. Now it's all checkered, colored, and everything. What is this? He dropped the white cloth, the white chada. He has a regular blanket around him. But colorful now. Actually, the devotees were color. They would dress real colorfully. I read that. There he is. He's going skiing, that guy. Ski glasses on. Okay, Pani, read some more.
A person may be a sannyasi, a renunciate, without any worldly attachments. But if he does not surrender to me, then I do not favor him. Tell me, how did Gajendra, the elephant, or Hanuman, the monkey, or the gopis, the simple milkmaids of Raja, attain me? What great austerities did they perform? Even the demons perform severe penances and austerities, but they are slain because they do not surrender to me.
Yeah, and so the gopis and Gajendra had, if you know their story, they had done this in a previous life. Yeah, so it was very easy for them. See, they already got that mercy in a previous life. Gajendra also, he chanted his mantra from his guru, Om Namo Bhagavate, and he remembered that. And that's how it is for those who have achieved this association with the Lord Krishna in his spiritual potency. In a previous life, they come, it's very easy. They just chant their mantra. They remember again, and boom, it all comes back. The gopis, as soon as they saw Krishna, boom, it was their natural affection. So that's what happens here. Most people don't have that. So you need to understand you have to come to that platform, and you come by equal faith in the real associate of Lord Chaitanya, who acts as the bona fide spiritual master, and Krishna. This is the only thing lacking for these devotees in these major groups. If they can understand this teaching, they got faith in Krishna, and there are many good devotees, even good sannyasis, good spiritual masters or teachers, but they're not understanding this point. They didn't get enough of this teaching from Prabhupada. That's why he came to me. He said, okay, fluff this out more, because if they get it, they will get the eternal associate of Krishna in this ecstatic communion. So that's all that's lacking. They need a little more shiksha, and that's what we're here to do. This is the work. Well, this is the play, actually. It's a play, you know. At this point, it's just a play, man. No, we're working for Krishna. No, we're playing for Krishna. This is Vrindavan. This is liberating the devotees Vrindavan style. Very rough, very tumble, you know, very, very flamboyant, very, very informal. You know, informal. This is Vrindavan, man. We don't use big, elaborate weapons and all that. We use our fists. We just pummel the material energy, you know, the illusion. We just smack it, you know, good. Slap it, smack it. Right there, Sachi. Slap it and smack it. Like that monkey did with my book. Go ahead.
That was too funny in India.
Yeah.
We were, in case anybody doesn't know that story, we were made flyers for it was in Rishikesh. It made flyers for Gorhari's class coming up, and I was walking across the suspension bridge, and I was holding him up, kind of looking at him as I was walking, and this monkey swooped down and just went to the paper, and then he went up and sat up on the ropes of the bridge and looked back at me like, "Don't you say anything." He really had a look on his face that don't even go there.
It must have been Narada Muni. He came in disguise. Go ahead, Bunny.
What great austerities did they perform? Even the demons perform severe penances and austerities, but they are slain because they do not surrender to me. I will not have any milk drinker here polluting everything. I will destroy everything. The brahmachari was by now trembling with fear. He came out of hiding, thinking, it has been my great fortune to see what I have been. But I have also received the punishment for my misdeed, commensurate punishment for my misdeed. However, what wonderful dancing and singing I have glimpsed.
Yeah. See, if you don't like the ecstatic devotion, you see, that was his qualification. He was favorable to that kind of worship. Most of the others are not. They're favorable to austerities, and they think that's how you're going to attain. They don't even know that this is more Krishna. You know, is this ecstatic worship? This is by faith in Srivas and faith in Lord Chaitanya, worshiping Krishna as a devotee in ecstasy. That's all you need. That's all you need here, man. That's why you see waitresses. Look at this. Waitress is coming, showing the path, man. What has she got? Faith in what we're doing. You know, that's it. Where's her study of the Vedas and all? It's nowhere to be seen. She didn't have one devotee. When I checked her before, now she does, I think, but she didn't have one Vaishnava on her page. They're just ordinary, regular people. And look at because faith is Krishna is inspired faith in her heart in what we're doing. Look at this, great, always writing nice things about realizations and liking. She likes even the jokes that I make because I like my own jokes, and she likes the jokes too. And she's, oh wow, it's really. I said, wow, this is. She's on. Yeah, go ahead there, Penny. Oh, Lalita, good. Thank you for coming.
A devotee thinks and feels this way. Being the Lord's servitor, he is always willing to accept all chastisement from the Lord. The brahmachari started to walk out of the house with these thoughts in his mind, which were, of course, already known to the Lord.
Now that's a real high standard. Even though you're getting chastised, he has seen the Lord. That's like some devotees, and the Lord's helping, teaching gradually that thing. Well, at least you saw the Lord. At least the Lord's showing himself to you, you know? And then they may have problems because of their past deeds and all this stuff. But at least the Lord's showing, see more and more. And the Lord shows more. And then all this, everything gets adjusted. Go ahead there, honey. And if you want to say something, you can too also.
Well, I just wanted to say that I felt so thankful at some point during the lecture, really very thankful, because you mentioned three names, and I felt like, thank you, Lord. We at least have three devotees. We at least have three real devotees. Real, and the others like a big army of kurus, and they don't even have one that you can stand up to true devotion.
Yeah.
This side, we got three already.
Oh yeah. I mean, look what did Prabhupada said. If I can make one pure devotee, look how many are, and that's not only those three. It's you guys also. You guys are having faith in this, and so. But just like all flowers, a flower is a flower, and it develops and grows at its own pace and rate. And starts to it, and it's nice, isn't it great like that? Because then as you're growing, you get to taste that growth. We're all growing like that. It's not like to get to some other place. No, it's growing. It's all in the journey. It's still growing. It's never stops. Oh, knock knock, Hari. Okay, who is this guy here? Oh, Karuna, is it? No, not Karuna. Somebody else down there. Oh, I can see. Who is this? Hari. Oh, that guy. New name.
Sorry.
Hello, Hari.
Yeah, Guru Maharaj. I think that exactly like in the Bhagavatam, it is said that the process itself is enjoyable.
Enjoyable.
The growth is enjoyable. It's not like you got to reach it's like a milestone that you have to reach. And no, the process is enjoyable.
Yeah.
So that's what makes it really more, I can't say, it's more enjoyable. It's like really every day when I come in here personally, I feel that the Lord is definitely happy because he clears away all the misconceptions. That's what we say, that Lord is happy. It's just
it's so isn't that amazing? It's the journey, it's the process, it's enjoyable, it's relishable, and we're all where we are. It's like you don't know when maybe somebody that's where it's full blown or something. Maybe they many lives they've been working on this or something, and so it's just so they're there, but they were always in some other point, but it's just we just all go with. So, just enjoy the ride, man. That's the bottom line. Enjoy the ride. Go ahead.
The most merciful Lord then had the brahmachari brought back to the house. He placed his lotus feet upon his head and blessed him, saying, "Do not try to gain power by performing austerities and penances. Render loving devotional service to the Supreme Lord Vishnu, Krishna, for this is the highest of all activities."
And this is what you get. See, the thing is, here is the end to this loving service of the Lord. And this is what you feel. And that's why if you get how important, like you said, I come to Sadhu Sangha and all this is part of the loving service of the Lord. The Lord removes so many obstacles just by coming and engaging and serving the Lord and the Lord's devotees in this way. Making comments, and sharing things. The Lord is saying, wow, I got friends now here. He's here. The Lord Radha's here. Krishna's here. Lord Chaitanya's here. Prabhupada's here. All the devotees are here. And you're participating in this enjoyable process. The Lord is giving you the oh, wow, now you can start coming out where it's going to be more and more enjoyable and less troubles. There's so many troubles. Vaidhi Bhaktas, if you don't have this association yet, there's still more troubles in that. There's misunderstandings. You're going to have sannyasis teaching you things that are not really sensitive. Let's put it that way. They're gonna, because they don't know themselves the depth of things. But anyway, when they or their followers come into a place like this, it gets more clear, more easy, more enjoyable. That's what the whole point. Engage and don't try to get power by austerity. See, that's mainly what I'm teaching. Don't go after you're attaining Krishna by trying to overpower him with austerities, and renunciation by you're going to deserve to be a devotee. No, just accept the gift. The gift is being given. Come into the association of ecstatic devotees who represent what was preached 550 years ago. This kind of preaching, ecstatic worship. Why not, man? This is who you're worshiping. We know who you are worshiping better. And that's what the demonstration is. Come learn about this better worship. It's easier. It's more fun, more transcendental happiness. And then you can read that article about the pineal gland, because that's what's happening here in a better way, because we have the path to it, and it leads to a certain destination, not spinning out in the pineal gland somewhere, pineal land, going who knows where in the universes. This is very wonderful, and you get the perks. You just start feeling more happy in this life, and a lot of people, I've been noticing this one thing when I look at what's going on here. There's this hatred thing coming up, and some really demigod types, they're saying, okay, the hatred is coming up. People are going to hate you if you're an anti or you're hesitant to get this thing. So the hate is coming up. And, I see it too in the preaching of, the word of the Bidens and the politicians and these newscasters are going, oh, you guys, you unvaxxed. Oh man, we hate you. You're causing us to get, it's actually the opposite. If you really do this, look into the studies, those who are getting this are becoming more susceptible to everything. That's why you're going to be addicted. Not addicted. You're going to have to always get boosters and this and that to counteract. It's one of these things, and the power trips, and they have a lot of plans on that stuff. But anyway, this is the thing. This is get ready for the hate, and this is how you really get ready for the hate. Jesus taught this, because when you're getting really spiritual connected, people can hate you. It doesn't matter. You see, that's just part of their purification. But when you don't have this connection, they're like darts. Hatred of others. This is why people are affected by that. The public opinion, when the public opinion turns against you. But if you notice in Bhagavad Gita, they're the threefold miseries. Miseries of the body, the mind, and the emotions. That's part of the body and the mind. And other living entities. See, that's when the hatred comes out. See, this is the test, actually. The test, people are thinking, prepare with all these other things. That's all external. This is the real preparation. Because then when the hatred comes out of these people, you think, it doesn't affect you. See, you've counteracted the threefold miseries in the right way, in the way Bhagavad Gita teaches, the way we're teaching here. See, this is a counteraction for the test that's coming. Well, it's already here, but it's increasing. See? And then it becomes like no test at all. People, they hate you for not doing, they hate me. What's the thing? That just shows you your level, man. You're under the modes, hatred, Here, you come here, you'll be freed from desire and hate, material desire for the world and worldly things, and the hatred. Hatred of others not doing what you want them to do. Control, hate. This is a hatred thing, it comes from those who desire control so much. That's why you hear these elites, they hate humanity because they desire to control them so much. See, and that's what this is the thing. This is freedom here. Freedom from the modes, passion, ignorance, and even goodness. You have freedom from the modes and freedom from the threefold miseries, more and more and more. Miseries of the body and the mind, miseries of other living entities, and miseries of with the demigod stuff, too much rain or too much heat, all that stuff. Okay, go ahead. If anybody wants to say something, feel free,
Thinking constantly about the Lord's causeless mercy upon him, the brahmachari began to weep in joy. The devotees became jubilant and offered their obeisances to the Lord. He then resumed his ecstatic dancing. One who hears this wonderful narration will certainly unite with Lord Chaitanya in devotional service. I offer my prostrated obeisances at the feet of the brahmachari who displayed such wonderful devotional understanding in accepting the Lord's chastisement. Time passed and the Lord continued his nocturnal kirtan sessions with his intimate devotees, barring everyone else to enter the premises. The pious population of Navadvip felt pained at being disallowed during these kirtana pastimes of the Lord, and they blamed the atheists and miscreants. They complained, on account of these fault-finding non-devotees, we cannot see the wonderful kirtanas, which are like grand.
How do you know? How do you know who the fault finders and atheists are those who go against the kirtan, this intimate worship of the Lord? That's why the thing is, that's where the repentance is. When people understand that you're actually going, you guys in these movements, you're going against the real will of the Lord, which is to teach this, to show the glories of ecstatic worship of the Lord, which the devotees here are doing. See, they're inviting everybody into the kirtan. And part of the realization is that you're an atheist still. That look at me, fie on me. I'm against what the Lord actually came here to do. See, that's repentance. You admit you're blind. Well, isn't that like, again, I use Amy a thing. Amy comes, she says, you know what? I couldn't see before, and I was this, and this is giving me light. See, this is repentance. And until that's in the heart of these devotees, they stay more or less where they're at, outside the intimate kirtan that Lord Chaitanya came to bring people into. You see, we're in a sense very fortunate because we have these pastimes to help others understand what is really the way to get in. The way to get in, the door is open here now. Those who come in will realize all these things and be able to relish all these things. Be able to teach all these things so that others can get in there. Because now we're soul winning now. We're on the soul win. We win souls back to the Lord, the transcendental Lord. See, we're the door for that. This preaching is the real word that leads into that kingdom of transcendence. I mean, compare it with any other teaching out there. Where do you see such a clear, direct path to the spiritual world? We're just teaching the principles that Lord Chaitanya preached and elaborating them, making them more clear. See, more understandable, so that people can get clear on the real path. Oh, I see. It's the devotee and the Lord. Oh, yeah, I could see the brahmachari faith in the devotee, Srivas, that got him into the kirtan. How many people know these things? I mean, really know them. They read them, but they don't act like them. They act like, no, this is the door, the being the big guru and this and that, but they don't enter like the brahmachari. They don't say, you gotta be an example, a living example of a brahmachari like that. That is a sannyasi that has you're a big guru with big titles and all that, and say, wow, that hasn't got me into the real kirtan. Look, it's over there in that Sangha of Lord Chaitanya's Grace Place. That's where the real kirtan is. Oh, I'd really like to go. Until you guys act like that, you're outsiders. You want to stay outsiders? Or do your you disciples of those guys, you also want to be outsiders because of those offenses? That isn't that why those people there had to stay outside? They said, we can't go in because the offenders. Well, often your gurus are the offenders, and your faith in them is keeping you from the outside. Your belief in them. We're teaching real Bhagavatam here, how to get through. I'm telling you, I'm going for the rhinoceros here. Nobody's ever taught like this so publicly. Not even Lord Chaitanya has revealed this like this. Just right there attacking Maya full-on strength. Really. No joke. Well, a lot of jokes, too. We do it jokingly because it's fun. I love this, man. I love battle. You guys are going to also love the battle. It's a battle. It's fun, man. You know, it's attacking Maya. But that's it. That's the essence of the problem and how to solve it. You know, you gotta, maybe there's somebody out there in this wilderness of this material world and religion, the wilderness of religion, who hear this. Can you see how you're being blocked, by this unrepentant mood of not knowing, like, wow, fie on me, look at me, I'm on the outside. I thought all this was so great, to be Guru Dev, and to have all these followers and have all this wealth, my Swiss bank accounts. I thought this was so great. And the real greatness is over there in the Grace Place there, where they're ecstatically worshiping Lord Chaitanya like what was going on 550 years ago. And look at us. We're like those outsiders being barred from the kirtan. Simply, we have no faith in what is real. What is the real deal in this world? What is who am I really worshiping? I don't even know, but they know, and they are teaching that way. Can you imagine if somebody hears this and Krishna lets them understand? Oh my God. If they were a guru or a sannyasi and they come to that repentance, then they can really help their disciples. They can become a real guru and a soul winner and bring people out of the cycle of birth and death. That's why the Lord shows you. Look at, Gauri Das. He's not using any props, man. Where's the tilak? Where's any? All he's got is Krishna and Radha. That's all I got, and that's it. Lord Chaitanya, Krishna, Radha, and Prabhupada, and the Parampara. I mean, to me, it's like I got everything. But to these guys, they think you got nothing. Yeah, well, I'm going to prove we got something, because look at the fruits here. Prabhupada's thinking, if I could make one pure devotee, but because I have all of their opulences that they've given me, they're making so many pure devotees here. Yeah, and they get Prabhupada and they get Krishna and Radha and everything. I win and they win. Where are you getting win-win in this world? Even the gurus can't do win-win. They stay gurus and you stay diddly squat, peons for your whole life. Really? I mean, you ain't gonna, there's a special club there and you ain't in it. George Carlin, by the way. It's like the elites. There's a special club out there and you ain't in it. And you know what? There's a special club here, and you guys coming here, you're in it. Win-win. I tell you, this is the best deal, hands down, in this world. Whether you're a sannyasi or a common person, you get the same deal, man. You get the Lord and this kind of worship, Okay? And the ability to liberate people from the cycle of birth and death with your word, because your word is true, true blue. You get the true blue and gold. And your word is golden. Yeah, Lord Chaitanya. Good deal, huh? I think we got the best deal here. I think we got a straight flush. What do you guys got out there, you Guru Daves? Deuces, that's what I see. Not a very good hand. Go ahead, Pani. Read some more. Give me some more ammunition.
Every time I hear you explain the pastimes these days, I think of it, Maharaj. I heard the same pastime before. I did not get it. I did not get this message. I did not. Now I'm wondering, how come I did not get it? How? I mean, now it looks so obvious from what you explained.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, why didn't I get it back then? It's because it has to come through a devotee. Otherwise, it's not happening. Because it's coming through you and you're in the line, and now the message is clear. Otherwise, I heard this brahmachari pastime several times. Go back and wake up for Mangalarti. If not, fall in the guilt trip.
Mm-hmm.
It's
You
so
got to
amazing.
hear it in the line. Yeah, isn't it? And when you get it in the line, then you really get it. And that's why Lord Chaitanya often in our line puts you through first. You're practicing, and you do it, and you don't really get it. You do it, you don't get it. But then when you get it, then you appreciate. Then you think, this is it. Yeah, that makes sense. I tried it this way, didn't get. You get experience. That's why Johan, he's so happy now, right? 25-year guy was serious, man. Every day, every Kadasi, 25 rounds, 16 rounds, doing all the programs and everything. Couldn't quite get it, but boy, boom, now he got it. See, Krishna said, you see, now you in the real life. He appreciates. See? So I think some of our students, like this one lady, just kind of, I don't need you guys. I just with Krishna. Maybe she do a little more study. You see that this is the way it works. And because she's not getting, some people, they just don't get it. But that's why the study is good. And that's why, again, you need to hear a lot from the devotee, because even if at the point of ecstasy, you can go off. I've seen people with ecstasy, before they didn't even have, they became naturally ecstatic. But you know who that was? There was one guy. What's his name? Sachi knows. This guy.
You tell me a little bit more. There's been so many. Give me a little more hint. Which one?
Yeah. That guy. He lives outside on the west side.
You talking about Nityananda?
No, the other guy, his friend.
Oh, Ted.
Ted. Yeah, Ted. He would get ecstatic, but he needed some guidance, and didn't go for it. He just stayed where he is.
I wonder about. I've never thought of this before with other devotees that leave and can't really appreciate what's happening here after they receive some ecstasy. But in the case of this woman that we've been talking about, we won't talk names. I wonder for some reason if Krishna's got her covered with a Mahamaya for whatever reason. Am I being accurate? Is it yoga? It's not Yoga Maya. I always forget the difference between. I think it's Mahamaya.
You don't have to. It's anyway. It's just some kind of covering, and we'll see in due course. A lot of times people come back. I've had some people come 2 or 3 times already. It's just, this is a big thing. This is an eternal thing. You're on the eternal path now. So whether now at this point, when you get attraction and you get some ecstasy and all that, it's this life or maybe 1 or 2 more. Because now too much. The Lord will help you in different ways, put you in the right situation, all that. Oh, it's no problem. There was one guy who was really against one of these. I think it was Srinivas, or anyway, one of these guys. And so he died, and he brought him back to life for a second, or before he died, he said, "Okay, you're going to take one more birth because you were really against." I mean, he was really against this devotee's preaching. You were really against, but you're going to come back and you're going to take birth and come right in the line again and be finished. He was probably attached by aversion, being really against. And the devotee saw that and commented. He says, "Okay, you're going to die, and then your next birth, you're going to finish this." This is why it says, 1 second, 1/10 of a second's association with a real devotee has astronomical benefit. This is very powerful, because it really the Lord takes it seriously, and considers it, now you're doing devotional service. Because unless you meet a devotee, you're just engaged in the modes. And just by seeing the devotee, you're engaged in devotional service. Just by seeing. So go ahead and read, Pani. I have to turn the juice on here. I'm listening here.
It's interesting what Aman has to say. Can I read that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead there, Sachi.
It says, "I remember once we went to Vrindavan to give Hari Katha dressed in a simple coat and trousers instead of a dhoti, as hundreds were frowning at my clothes. But when we sat on the stage and started to preach, they were all shocked."
That's like Sutta Goswami, is it?
Shukadev Goswami.
Yeah, they were all thinking he's an ordinary guy, but when he sat there and he started speaking, and all the assembly, Narada was there, and they were all shocked.
Yeah. Unfortunately, now everybody is so dumbed down and blind. Not everybody can appreciate. You got to be special mercy, otherwise you just don't get it. A lot of people are blinded in Kali Yuga by other things and material desires. So, but those who get it, they really get it. It's like those who are meant to get it. They really get it. Go ahead, somebody.
Okay.
Yeah. Guru Maharaj, I just had one thing to ask. With these guys who get ecstasy and then they go away, I feel that the most important thing is to understand the Guru Tattva. That's the biggest substrate. If you're strong on that, I feel Krishna is telling me from within that if you're strong on that, if you understand that perfectly, then the rest of the journey is going to be smooth. Even if you get ecstasy or not, whatever, but it's going to be smoother.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really I probably should be spending more time. I think I spend so much time on Guru Tattva, but probably need more. But because that's where people go off. They get a little ecstasy sometimes, and then they go off in this liberation in art. I'm liberated now, and therefore they don't go deeper into the other thing. So, yeah, but you're right. It's the Guru Tattva. It keeps you solid. It's the foundation for this. And that's the lesson Krishna will teach them, and you can see it in their preaching when they get into this thing. It's not very attractive. It's just between me and Krishna now. See, I see. You just you want to be basically just you and Krishna. That's being one with Krishna. It's like Krishna. Say, Krishna is together in himself, right? He's worshiping himself, and so that's what you want. You just want to be. But then the Lord he said, well, no, I want friends. See, so this is the Yoga Maya thing. You see, you can't go into the transcendental mellow so much because now you just want to be Krishna. It's you and Krishna. Well, that's Krishna. He had the internal potency in himself. So he's just like, ecstatic. And so you want to just do that. Okay, do that for a while. And then you'll see that why the Krishna has his devotees and they have interactions, because it's wonderful to worship Krishna in sadhu sangha. Can you imagine you get ecstatic and then you drop this? What is this? This is like, it's It's stupid, actually. You know, it's the whole point why Krishna separated himself into parts and parcels for this relishing devotional mellows, not just me and Krishna. You know, you're going backwards. You know, this is the more complete position.
Mm.
You know, and yeah. Anyway, Krishna, there's always a purpose in what happens. You know, we all learn from things like this. So go ahead, whatever was talking. You know.
Time passed, and the Lord continued with his note. Okay, I read that. They complained, on account of these fault-finding non-devotees, we cannot see the wonderful kirtans, which are like grand celebrations every evening.
And I'll tell you, this is one of the blocks with these authorities. Because of them, you cannot see these. The followers cannot see these kirtan. They cannot come here because of the fault finders. Those who find fault, and this is called religion. Religious leaders find fault with the real devotees, and they block their followers from coming. This is what Jesus said. Jesus said, he said, you will not enter he said to the Pharisees, you will not enter the kingdom of God, nor will you allow your followers who believe in you to come into the kingdom also. The kingdom is the devotee preaching Shuddha Bhakti in this world. Those who come in, that's why you see sometimes we get one of the followers of one of these fault-finding gurus, like Shama Sundari. Her guru was finding fault. What will we do? And she slipped in. You know, she slipped through. See, but otherwise the followers are held back by that obstacle. It's the real guru who removes the obstacle. Just by whoever has faith in this teaching, you have more faith in the real Bhagavatam. See, because this is the real Bhagavatam. This is what Bali Maharaj did. He wasn't stopped by a fault-finding leader, even his own guru. See, his guru found fault with Vamanadev. See, so Bali Maharaj listened to a pure devotee, Prahlad Maharaj, his grandfather. You can read it in the book. Just a little mention, but we elaborate on that because it's very important. Because you need to hear the real Bhagavatam, the essence, from a real devotee like Prahlad, empowered with that potency, to know the real Bhagavatam, to get through this obstacle, because it's a big one, man. And those are the ones who keep people out of the kingdom of God. But if you listen to a real empowered representative of the Bhagavatam, a devotee Bhagavat, they'll tell you these details, and you can get through if you believe their word. See, their word, the guru, people in India, they know the word, the Ganesh, who is like the guru. They remove the obstacles to bhakti. And this is one of the Bhagavatam's teaching, very important now, very relevant. See, so Bali Maharaj's guru was adverse to Shuddha Bhakti and the Shuddha Bhakti representative, Vamanadev. But Bali Maharaj, who was a disciple of that guru, says, well, look at this. You're adverse to Shuddha Bhakti. See? Same thing here. Many gurus and sannyasi are adverse to this teaching. They're adverse to this ecstatic worship. They won't come here. And if one of their little chicks start to become attracted, I've already seen this practically. They become attracted to this preaching and this thing. Immediately, blah, 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 finding fault, everything. And then you lose, you become weak and you just can't do it. So those who have developed some strength, they can get through that obstacle. But they got to hear this word, because this word is true. This word gets you through that huge obstacle of believing in leaders who don't understand the real mission of Lord Chaitanya, the end Bhagavatam, actually. So the wives of the Brahmins were the same thing, same obstacle. See, same obstacle. Their gurus were their husbands who were Brahmins. And the Brahmins were not interested in the ecstatic devotees, just like these Brahmins and sannyasis and gurus are not interested in this ecstatic devotion. See, same thing. We represent that book in living color. You notice? Well, when you hear it, you start to, right? Funny. It's why you got to see the living representatives. We're all it, man. You're it. We're it. The cowherd boys are ecstatic like the devotees in this Sangha. And the Brahmins, poo-poo, what are you guys? You're not dressed for success. You're not, you don't represent, we're doing pujas and all these rules, regulations. But the wives, they heard about Krishna, were attracted to that, and Krishna led them. Oh yeah, let's go to the cowherd boys. Let's serve them. Let's go see Krishna. They're going to bring us to Krishna. See, they were ecstatic devotees. And the husband's right there. No, they forbid it. You can read Bhagavatam, everybody. Read and weep, hopefully. See, right there in Bhagavatam. No, don't go to that's your gurus out there in ISKCON. Gaudiya Samiti, Gaudiya Math, all of you. Hear the Bhagavatam once and for all. That's why I got to yell a little bit sometimes. See? That's your gurus, man. Those friggin' Brahmins. They're keeping you out of the kingdom, just like Jesus said, like the Brahmins did. But the wife said, fire on you, we're going anyway. So you want to be victorious? Hey, Bali Maharaj had flowers from the demigods. Oh, wow. He passed the terrible test. You want to pass the terrible test? You listen to this word here and see it is more Bhagavatam than you ever heard from any of those diddly squats out there. Those guys with no power. They don't know the real Bhagavatam. You compare this teaching. You read and read deeply. If you really want Krishna in this life, you can have Krishna. But if you listen to their teachings, you'll be a peon till you die. You come here, man. You listen. You hear the real jewels of the Bhagavatam. You'll understand the real Bhagavatam. You'll be the real Bhagavatam as a real student and then a real guru and liberate others truly that they can't do. It's just a big show in a bottle that you can't get in. They can't get in. You can't get in. You got to hear the real Bhagavatam. Am I telling you not? Maybe we're a little dramatic here, but is this not the real Bhagavatam? You compare it to the stories they read you, and you see this makes more sense if you have some purity in the heart. If Krishna really has, mercy on you, you'll understand that we're preaching the real Bhagavatam, and they're not. Just by the fact that they're saying they're Gurudev and can't bring you to Vrindavan.
Did we lose him?
Yeah, I think so. We froze. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare.
Hare Krishna.
I'll go for a bio break. I'll be back.
Okay. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama. You're kind of flattened. Hare Rama, Rama Hare.
Hello, Hare Krishna. Can you see me?
We can.
Flat.
Yeah, you're kind of squished.
I wonder why that is. Yeah, my computer just ran out of juice. What happened here? Why is it all squished up? Where's Pani? Went to the bathroom.
maybe he went off for a minute. He'll be right back, he said.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Why am I squished here?
I just had a neighbor's cat come meowing in the window. I was like, oh,
Let's try this here.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. There you go.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So am I? Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, basically, this is a very for those who want to go deeper or ready to go deeper, you have to hear the real Bhagavatam, and because it's a path. See, and you got to follow the real path. See, and the real path is what we're teaching here. You can compare it. I mean, look at what I'm saying here. See if it's empowered. If it's empowered, it's going to match what the real conclusive statement is in that Bhagavatam. You'll see it, but you got to hear it first. See, otherwise, if you just hear but don't hear or pay it any mind, then you're not seeing the real path yet. So anyway, that's the privilege here, is to preach the real path. I just, it's really nice. And then people get in, people who and you'll help people, actually, even as a disciple, you'll help people find the real path, because people are looking for Krishna. Everybody wants to be happy, and so anyway, the Lord will give you indications of who's ready to, get this. But it's also, you got to understand too, like Bhagavad Gita says, out of many thousands of people, hardly one takes to the path. Even, out of many thousands, hardly one is interested in self-realization. So this is Kali Yuga. So it's not like everybody's going to be interested. And so those who are, and they're trying, some will get to the point where this message will reach their hearts. See, and so that's preaching. The Christians did that. They realized that they would just preach, and then some people who were men. It's like, a couple of devotees, or one of the devotees had a vision, and Jesus said, "Oh, go and preach over here in this city. I have many followers over there." And they would do it. And then people who were meant to come, they would just come. It's the same thing. We're preaching over the internet. Now, this is so high. I mean, what we're preaching here is very deep stuff. And so little by little, one by one, people are coming and showing that, wow, they really like this. They've been waiting for this. So that's the preaching. So go ahead there, Pani, read some more.
Maharaj, do you want to take any comments? I mean, I think there were a couple of comments.
Go ahead. Yeah, read the comments.
I can't see all of them, unfortunately. I've seen one some time ago.
I have to look a little squid here so I can see it. Oh, here we go. All right. So yeah, let me look at the comments too. I'll put them up on the board here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me get to where's the comment? I'm on my phone, so it's got a little different.
Okay.
Where is I have to find the comment thing here. Where's the comments?
I can see them all.
Oh,
okay. Well, just pick one there, somebody. There we go, chat.
Well, depends on how far you want to go back, I guess.
Go to the end and read backwards.
Okay. Well, Johann saying a couple, yes, Krishna, penetrate me deeper and deeper. Penetrate me. And he also said Srila Gaurahari Das is frozen in transcendental time. That's when you were frozen. And Freddie says the lion is awake again. When he roars, all the animals run away in fear to lose their lives. Janaki says perfect sense. Johann says now he is back. Simba. This is when you were loudly talking. Johan says, we miss the Simba in you, Acharya Srila Gorhari Das Maharaj.
Good.
And Johan says, well, in the Netherlands, they have a car. It's car DAF. It's going at, they seem splitting forwards as backwards. Think I am a DAF, this person. He's going forward, but maybe backwards. I don't know. I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Shama Sundari was talking about, made a comment when you were talking about her prior guru. All what happened in that transition time was burning like fire at the same perfectly and fast matched together. Jai Guru Dev. Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things like Janaki said, Srila Gorhar Das is my Sukadev. And Freddie says, then what about 4-year association? The sky is not the limit.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, that's enough. Read, Pani, something.
They complained, on account of these fault-finding non-devotees, we cannot see the wonderful kirtanas, which are like grand celebrations. The fault-finders only know one activity, and that is to criticize others. As a result, we are being deprived of seeing the extraordinary kirtan pastimes of the Lord. Nimai Pandit has thus shut the doors to keep out these mischief mongers, but unfortunately,
and this thing, criticize others thing, more specifically, criticizing the devotees, criticizing those with devotion. See, going against that. See, so that it's not surprising. Why do you think the Lord doesn't come here? Can you imagine? Here we got God who's all merciful and everything. Why wouldn't he come here and give all this mercy to people? Why wouldn't such a Lord does? Well, because he does come here. And people can't recognize. Our preaching's all about that. Our thing is to make it so clear that God comes here, and this is how he comes, when he wants to give you the bones, when he wants to take you to Vrindavan and liberate you eternally. He comes so ecstatic and so truthful, but who can take it? Those who get the special mercy because they really want that Lord. They want to be delivered, or they really attracted to this truth, because the Lord wants to give it, but who the hell's ready for it? Who's ready to be so ecstatic? Can you imagine? People just get envious when they see all the tears and the excessive joy here, so people need to get purified of that stuff, you see. So the Lord does come here periodically, but but even like now, hey man, the Lord is coming to the world. What do you think Jesus was talking about? The same thing is happening now. Jesus told those persons, the multitude, the blind persons, he said, the kingdom of God is coming to you. And you know what they said? The same thing they'll say now. Where, Lord? Where is that kingdom? He was the kingdom, man. His ecstatic, intimate worship was the kingdom of God manifested on the world, in the world. Otherwise, nobody knows. You don't see excessive happiness on the face of anybody. Will you ever see a Charya Dev with excessive happiness like here? Show me one time, not even once. How about Jai Pataka? He's not looking so good nowadays, but has he ever been so excessively happy like you see here? The only places where God is on this planet, in some heart, in some real temple, rocking and rolling, man. See? So that's the essence. What do you think, Pani?
whoa. Really, I mean, every word of yours is just like so true. I feel like it's like light, it's like bringing in joy and light to Krishna in my heart, really. Then he feels, yes, yes, yes. It's as if like all the misconceptions are gone, and then you feel that perfect harmony of all the conceptions that you heard so far. They're coming in line. I can feel that. I can feel that. And that feels so good. It's making it is making us more conclusive, not just for speaking sake, but for actually for living in action.
Yeah, in action.
It is
Yeah.
in action. Yeah, that's the best part, because we could be in the Bhagavatam class and then parrot it and then go away and do our own garbage stuff again. But no, this isn't like that. It is going deeper. That actually your life changes. Krishna is part of you now. It's like he's with you. You feel that. And he shows himself every now and then. It's great. It's great because you are the true devotee, Maharaj, and that's why it's working. Wherever there's a real devotee, it works. And there, it's just like with Narada. Narada did it so many times. I mean, I want to meet that guy sometime. I can like now Narada type. It's like the conceptions are here. You're giving that, but it's like he made so many devotees. It's like, every big devotee that you see, Prahlad, the spark comes from a real devotee.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It has to start from there.
Yeah, and you notice Narada Muni, it's not like he made so many devotees, but that's out of billions, And then he gets a Prahlad, and he gets a hunter. He gets who the Lord sends him. It's like here, same thing. I get who the Lord sends us. This is what we get here. And it's great. It's fantastic. It's just the right person. It's a jewel. It's like a jewel. It's so nice. You get jewels, people that are jewel-like, they're ready for this. Lord Chaitanya did the same thing. He got people that it didn't matter, whatever your thing is, if you just were attracted, that was the main thing. And, like this preaching, some people will hear this, especially some of these authorities. For you feel what feels good to you because of purification will feel like fire to them. And you think they like hearing this kind of stuff? Oh my God, man, are you kidding? They heard this, it'll burn, they'll burn. But that's the purification too, That's why the Lord, he doesn't come all like just, because people need to gradually progress. But when he, that's why, Nityananda and Advaita didn't preach really openly until they got the order of the Lord. See, Lord Chaitanya said, okay, you go and give this to everybody. You just go preach. And those who are meant to come, they'll come. Go and show Vrindavan, show the ecstasy, have these ecstatic kirtans, like we're doing here, yeah, show all that stuff. And those who just liberate even the lowest persons, and so they did. And I got, virtually the same order from Prabhupada, and Krishna, 1996, they came, both of them, and said, yeah, this has my approval, this has my approval. You do more of this. It's exactly what I want you to do. Is this kind of preaching now. So this is a great boon for the world. Great boon for his disciples if they get with the program, if they figure it out. This is part of it too. You got to spark a fight. Could you imagine if Krishna did not jump into the river that was poisoned? See? That's exactly where we're jumping. The river of the conclusive truth is a bit poisoned by inconclusiveness. That's all. We're jumping into that river, aren't we? You have to. I jump into the river by preaching the conclusive truth. That's Krishna. Krishna is the truth. The truth. As it is truth. The conception. See? The clear, logical, concise conception of the absolute truth. It's in the book. All we do is pull that out and inject it into that Harikatha that's inconclusive. It's like it's the vaccine. It's the medicine to heal. This is what people need. So we're injecting this into the flow of Krishna consciousness. And it at first, you know, there's you wrapping around the coils, you know, that's the purification, fighting it and everything. But hey, man, it's the truth. It's gonna win because it's a spiritual potency, right? It's more powerful than the illusion, you know. And the truth is in everybody, isn't it? It's just dormant. All we do is wake it up. You know, that's you know, it's always like that. Soul winning. It's what the real devotees do in this world is they bring people back to the spiritual world. Sometimes start on the level of rules, like Moses, right? Like Bhaktisiddhanta and Prabhupada. Sometimes they, you know, when times are ripe and ready, they start right in there with the Jesus type teaching. See? Or a Lord Chaitanya teaching, or their followers' intimate teachings, or like these teachings now. See, this is the culmination. See, this is the finishing work. It's finished now. Just like Jesus said, it's finished. The Holy Spirit is going to manifest. It's finished. See, we're finishing this. See, the spirit of devotion is going to be clarified. It's going to be discerned. It's going to be understood. It's going to be found like, wow, that's the jewel. Let's go there, man. Wow, that's the real wealth. Let's go there. Why are we going to all these things? They don't have the jewel. Why are we going into the wrong door in the wrong place? Let's go where the jewels are. That's our preaching here. It gets more and more clear all the time, doesn't it, Pani?
Yeah. I just feel like, you know, like Lord Chaitanya, he went to Vrindavan, and then all these places of pastimes like Kaliya place and all these were hidden. No one knew where they were. And Lord Chaitanya started excavating each one of those, and they became manifest.
Yeah.
I feel like you're going through all these books and all these clouded stuff. I mean, it's all there, but they've been clouded so far by these impotent gurus or spiritual leaders talking about them. And then you go in there and then you just bring it up to surface and show us, no, that's the right meaning. And then it's going out. You know, it's like Vrindavan has been manifested by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy. And here you are bringing out this Vrindavan out of the books.
Yeah. And this is the more important. See, they started to bring the pastimes up. See, first it comes externally. See, but this is bringing it up internally now. See, this is, we already got the pastime places and all. Now we bring out the internal truth about those things. You know, and that's what's needed. And those who listen, see, this word draws you in there, draws you inside the pastime. If you don't hear this word, you're on the outside, and you can be giving boring Bhagavatam classes. You know, we're in time to prasadam, man. Let's get through it. Well, you know, we're pleasing Krishna according to the book because we're going to class and following this program and that program and all this. We go deep into the Bhagavatam. See? We go bring out the internal principles, bring our minds in meditation on that. See, you know, understand the Bhagavatam that way, not from material motivated leaders. That's more or less, even in ISKCON and all these things, they're more or less professional Bhagavatam reciters. You know, can you see why? If you have any desire to be guru or sannyasi or anything like that, you're more or less in it as a profession, as a way to do something else other than relish mellows. That's why, you know, I was relishing mellows for so many years. And then probably when spontaneously people came, probably said, yes, that's my approval. Okay? Krishna said, yeah, because of your guru, you're getting my darshan. See? Organically. Didn't try for it. They wasn't even thinking about it. I was just relishing the mellow. It's so attractive to do that. And at a certain point, you're trusted. You know, Krishna and Prabhupada thought, okay, now you can handle it because now you know what's real. See? Otherwise, people don't know you become a spiritual master. You don't know what's real. What are you going to get attracted to? What's unreal? You're grabbing the head of the snake. You're doing what the Bhagavatam said not to do. Yeah? Remember that pastime, churning there? They're churning, and the snake is doing the churning there. And the demons, they want to go to the head and be in front. See? And Vishnu said to the demigod, no, don't do that. Go to the back. Less poison there. See, that's why the followers will get in here first, because the other ones, the big honchos out there, have been poisoned. They're going to the head of the snake. What is the head of the snake? Name, fame, and wealth, material wealth, material fame. It's all false prestige. It's your prestige is falsely. No, the real wealth is bhakti, relishing mellows, and then seek the kingdom of God. You got the kingdom of God, and all else is given to you automatically. Krishna says, oh, well, now you got me, you know what's really real. Okay, well, now I need somebody like you to deliver people. Otherwise, these guys can't deliver you. They went to the head of the snake, and they're poisoned by name and fame and false ego. You know, if there's a sincere one, they will listen to this preaching and prove it by being here. Otherwise, they're bogus. Now, this preaching here is manifesting the truth and setting the captives free, including any one of them who wants to be free. If you're finally sick of it and realize, wow, I thought I was going to be happy with all these followers, and all you got is a bunch of problems that you can't get rid of. You're like a holy place. No, you're not even a holy place, and you accumulate all their karma, you know, and you can't get rid of it because you got no devotion, no ecstasy. What do you think? Why do you think I can continue to preach here every day? There's only one reason. Because ecstatic devotion, that fire is burning up all the karmas that are fed into the fire. The only way. You know, and it's got to be pretty intense. That's why I just handle the jewels. Prabhupada took so many disciples, and you know what he said? He said, my sickness is the sins of taking too many disciples. He said that. He says, I'm a small fire. Krishna's a big fire. See? So you take so many disciples, especially if they don't understand, you know, they're not progressing. You know, they're not making progress because they don't know how to progress. They don't know these things. You just say, okay, let's bring everything on the Vaidhi platform, get a lot of people. So the jewels come here. See, the ones who really want this, and we deal with them. We can handle that. At least I can, you know. But it's this bhakti, man. Seek the kingdom of God is this devotion. So many times the followers will come first because the others are polluted with too much poison, too much of that head of the snake of name and fame and all of that. You got to come to the point you relish mellow, man. This intimate exchange with the Lord. And because look at that, Gaur Haridas, you're a Bhakti Vedanta. You're this, you're that. You're so divine grace, all that. Can you imagine not having bhakti and getting that kind of glorification? You have to live on some energy, man. If you're not living on mellows, the devotional loving exchanges, you're going to get caught up in that. You're going to swell up like Pundraka did in that movie. Ooh, purification. You're going to start thinking you're a pure devotee and you're fantastic. Wow, I'm so great. Because you got to. You're drinking poison and you can't get rid of it. You don't know how. This is why Bhakti Siddhanta, he said, I should stay here 10 more years, but they're pushing me to go so they can become Guru Devs. They really wanted the buildings. They really wanted the positions. So that's what we were working with. And with Prabhupada, it was similar. They also really wanted to be the... You notice right after Prabhupada left, the high seats went up. Hey man, look at history to learn. They were put up. You want to get to Prabhupada, you got to go through us. We are pure devotees now. Prabhupada said so. He never said that. They twist and turn and speculate. How can Prabhupada, come on, say that teenagers are fucking pure devotees? Give me a fucking break. Come on, wake up, you idiots. Can you imagine? You pure devotee. I remember even after the year, I came a few years after that bullshit story came, that Prabhupada wanted these guys to be deliverers. These little whippersnappers, little teenagers, become big sannyasis and pure devotees who are going to deliver their disciples. What kind of bullshit is that? It's even more bullshit now because they just had 50 fucking years to heap all that bullshit over them. They believe their own bullshit, and really fallen, foolish neophytes believe that bullshit too. You come here and you'll become advanced easily. You'll get over that big obstacle out there. It's huge now. It is one big pot of fucking poison. Well, if this doesn't get their attention, nothing will, huh? Few F words out. What do you say? How dare he say these things? How, you know? Can you imagine? I bet you if that Acharya Dave used one fuck word, he'd lose all his disciples. But mine don't go, do they? Because you look behind the word and look at the intention. It's just a word, man, you know. Well, actually, it's not just a word. It actually has potency. Ask Janaki. When she heard that first thing, it put her into purification for a few days. It busted her through the mode of goodness into now loving to read the Leela. You know, luckily I did say that word, otherwise she wouldn't have had that result. You know, people have no idea what's going on here. They think they know all about bhakti. You know. Nityananda and Advaita, they cursed each other. Who knows what those words were, because I don't speak Bengali and they don't usually translate those words, but they were probably worse than this, or at least as bad. Bad, good, we don't care. I don't care about bad or good. I use both to accomplish the objective. Bad or good, what is this? They're a thorn to pluck out thorns. If you're too attached, like we broke that Pani through this big Brahmin bullshit thing level. Look at him now. He appreciates real transcendental. I was just testing him with the F word, and look, with flying colors, he flew right through that one. No problem at all. Maybe some of you are out there getting tested with that F word. Let's see if you stick around. But it's 15 people still, didn't it? Oh yeah, it went down 2. We lost 2. All right, that's okay. It's all right. Get rid of it. Put the fish bones around the tent. That's how we do it here. Get rid of them. Oh, we probably lost Sachi for a second, but she's back for a second try. Oops, she's gone again. Go ahead, Pani, read some more.
Everyone, okay.
Sorry, you've been going on over 3 hours, and I got up at 4 a.m. That's early for me.
You know what? Just go off.
I'm gonna go off and listen just listen.
Yeah, good. Okay. Haribo. Go ahead, Tom, Pani.
Nimai Pandit has thus shut the doors to keep out these mischief mongers. But unfortunately, even the good people are now kept from coming. Everyone knows that Nimai Pandit is a very exalted devotee of Krishna.
See, you know, this is the problem. This is really the essence. A lot of good people, a lot of good devotees come to Krishna. And there's a lot of demoniac persons. And this is Kali Yuga, man. Read Bhagavatam, read 12th canto, a lot of leadership positions in religion, in politics. There are demons that are the heads. And there are a lot of good people are being blocked from going deeper because of belief and faith in that. That's why people, they believe in their authorities. We're built to believe in authority. But if you accept authority that it's hypocrites and liars and cheaters, you're taken down with them. See? So that is really the challenge in Krishna consciousness, to bring devotees above the platform of religion. If you listen to this word, automatically you follow chapter 18 of Bhagavad Gita verse. Abandon all varieties of religion, because they'll abandon you. If you believe in this preaching, I guarantee your gurus will abandon you. They will not like you. You will not be part of their routine and their preaching, because you'll abandon religion now and be brought to the spiritual plane. You'll understand that it is only truth and love for the truth, the devotion for truth, that is going to keep you in the spiritual plane, or to rise to the spiritual plane. See? None of this religion thing, you're finished there. It's a ladder to bring you here. The same teaching of Jesus for the Vaishnavas. He said, all your fastings, all your study of this Bible and everything is to bring you here, is all meant to bring this. See? Bring you to the devotee, because they are the path. See, they are the path. They are the book, and they will prove it. You listen to them, you'll understand the book as it is and be very happy about it. More than listening to the hypocrites and those who are, I don't care how sincere you claim to be or are, but if you are saying, I'm Guru Dev, or they're saying, oh, Guru Dev, deliver me to Vrindavan, and you can't do that, you're in hypocrisy. But you can get out of it very easily. Accept the truth, and the truth will set you free from religion, and you'll really free your disciples, man. You'll be a real friggin' guru. Can you imagine how easy it could be? I'm not here to take your disciples. I'd rather take you to Vrindavan, and then you take your disciples. But man, if you tried to jump over the real acharya, you're not real qualified until you have the ecstatic devotion to Krishna. The real authentic one. It's the only thing that'll free you from false ego. Otherwise you're falsely identified with being Gurudev or some bullshit title for bullshitters, or some identified, oh wow, look, I'm so dressed so nice, dressed for success. And this is how I'm going to win friends and disciples, to look the part. And oh, please give me a title there, group GBC. Please give me the title Gurudev and Sannyas, so I can go out and preach. See? What do we got here? When you come here and listen here, you'll abandon all those props. You don't need them. All you need is the truth. All you need is the word. The word of God comes through the real devotees, and it purifies. And you come to the platform of being purified, and then love of God awakens in your heart, and the Lord, there you go. Now I can talk to you. Now I finally got a friend I can speak to, that listens to me, that hears me, that understands me, because you listen to my devotee who preached about the real me, the transcendental me. And not the false me, false ego me. Hey, this is the process. It could be so easy. Those who get it, whether you're a follower, I prefer, that the gurus, these sannyasis and gurus understand what is actually going on here. Because if you do, then you'll become very easily a real guru. Very easily. And you'll lead all your disciples into the kingdom who believe in your word. But your word will be true blue. The true blue one will come through you. We're here to do the finishing work. So whoever hears the message, they'll come. Okay, go ahead, Pani. Read some.
Maharaj, that's exactly like what Lord Chaitanya offered to forget the name of the person, the big Mayavadi, who had so many followers. And he just got him, and all the followers are also liberated along with him. They also got the devotion. It's like that, the offer that you made.
Yeah. But, it's shooting for the rhinoceros. Nityananda was thinking the same thing. He's in another way. He said, if we can get the biggest sinners, these Jagai and Madai, who the whole village thought these guys are the worst of the worst. If he said, if my Lord can convert them, then so many people will believe in Lord Chaitanya. In other words, if you look at that pastime, you'll see a lot of people didn't believe in Lord Chaitanya. They didn't believe in this ecstasy. It's always the same problem. Who's going to believe in this ecstatic worship? So Nityananda's thinking, well, if we can convert these persons into good people because of devotion, then they will be convinced, and then they will appreciate Lord Chaitanya, and they will be delivered just by their faith in the real transcendental Lord being here. That's our mission, is to show that there's real spiritual power being manifest in this Sangha. And anybody who accepts that, they will get a piece of that. They will get involved in that. They will get the boon of that. And that's your witness. That's what you'll tell the world. Yeah, man, I'm connected now. And you'll have the right words, the words of the Lord, it will liberate people. Just like Govinda, he goes out and preaches, and people are getting it. They're feeling, I like to meet this guy. I like invite him to his house and all that stuff. And people make spiritual benefit. But this is a big thing. Everybody's realization will increase. Some will come, because of past lives. They come and they've been working on it. They've been waiting for this. Oh, wow, it's manifested. Lord Chaitanya did that. When he started manifesting this love of God that is being manifested here again, the same thing. Not everybody came, but those persons heard about it, and they came into this life to contact that. And it was being manifest. And Srivas said, oh, now that this ecstatic devotion of Lord Chaitanya is manifesting now our Vaishnava family will increase. You notice? Isn't this a Vaishnava family? It's increasing, you notice? And people coming are the jewels. Why do you want? We don't want non-family members. Those are the fault finders. Who wants them? Let them come into the right mood. Like really wanting this. In the meantime, we'll just take the jewels, our Vaishnava family. It'll feel like a family. Those are the obstacles are the ones who go off of the family. They think, oh, I don't need the family anymore. See, that's Mayavadi. You're caught in the Mayavadi trap. You just want to be equal with God and be all inside. No. Lord expanded into relationships. That's our work here. If you like this kind of stuff going on here, you like these talks, you like these relationships, and you're purified, you're going to like the relationships in Vrindavan. Otherwise, you don't like the relationships here. You don't like the ecstasy. You don't like the interactions here. Then you can't go to Vrindavan. This is the training ground here. This is the halfway house. You got to be prepared. You got to be purified. You got to get the baptism by fire. You got to show Krishna that you move from Brahman belief into the next level of being a devotee and appreciating these conceptions, because that's what it's all about. It's not about being something. I'm a Brahmin, but don't know. The understanding is more important, right? See, so we break the molds. What do you think? I just doing what Nityananda's glory. You know what Nityananda's glory is? Advaita said it. He said, you're a destroyer of Brahmins. And if you're a real servant of Nityananda, that's what you do. I'm here following in the footsteps of my line here and destroying Brahminical identification. Because if you're stuck there, you can't go on and appreciate it, right, Prani? That's your preaching to your Brahmin friends, man. Hey, man, it's not about that. It's about the relishing of these things, the truth. A lot of people, they can't distinguish yet. They need, because you got to have some identification, right? So we're here to get you the real idea. You want your real identification, man? Be a real devotee. Beyond, I'm not a Brahmin, I'm not a sannyasi, I'm not a guru, I'm not this, I'm not that. I'm a servant of the Lord, transcendental servant, engaged in the loving, ecstatic worship of God. That's who I am. That is my identity, as even as a sannyasi or as a guru or as a this or that or all that. But this is my true ID. See? Isn't that gold, Pani? Isn't that the real treasure? When you compare this being a Brahmin to what you're getting now?
It is. Undoubtedly. That's more burdensome, actually, to be honest. Now, when I speak with, identify myself with that, I feel it's burdensome. It's okay. I do it as like, some things are habitual. You know, I play some songs. It's fine. But I don't think this conception of that's going to lead me to Krishna is gone. It's like it's obliterated. I actually feel that burden. That's a blockage.
Yeah. Like you even said the other day, you didn't even take a bath till the afternoon. Usually,
Yeah,
the first thing I got.
Noodles is reminding me now to go take a bath before we have lunch, at the very least.
Yeah. You know, Lord Chaitanya, see, this is proof that we're doing what Lord Chaitanya did 500 years ago. We're empowered to do that because we're breaking people through these molds, that people identify. They thought this was it, and it's not. So Sarvabhauma was the same way. When he was broken through and he really got that Lord Chaitanya was it, the Lord came with Mahaprasad in the morning before he even woke up, and woke him up and stuck the prasad in his mouth, and Sarva accepted it. Usually he would spit it out because, I got to take a bath before I eat this food. You got to be clean and all this, because it's Maha, you got to follow the very Brahminical way. But he just took it in his mouth and ate it. And Lord was so pleased. He said, you overcome the attachment to the rules, regulations of that. You just accepted the deeper principle. Just take the Mahaprasad from the hand of the devotee. Just whatever you're given, accept it. That's the same thing with the word. When you get that and you realize, oh, wow, I was listening to these rules and these regulations and everything, and I come and I listen here. I'm just accepting this is Mahaprasad. See, the devotees, these books are written, this is Mahaprasad, man, given by the devotee. And it becomes Mahaprasad when the devotees are relishing these things and then giving them out to you. You're getting Mahaprasad, and you accept this teaching, these words here. Oh my God, you just feel, you just pop up above everything, above all these obstacles, by faith in the word of where Krishna in his spiritual potency is really working. Hey, this is when you have faith where the Lord is working and you grab onto that rope. Oh man, then you really feel tugged out of this world. You really feel the power of that, just pulling you right out of the modes, man. Everything, the illusions, contusions, the compressions and depressions and the guilt and the shame and all that is gone, man. See, you're not holding on to the rope of those who don't have a strong rope. This rope is solid. You ever seen those ropes that hold the boats? A big thing like that. This is like 10 times the size of that where you grab onto this rope, man. Even the gates of hell will not prevail against it. That's what Jesus taught, and that's here again, man. That kind of thing. This rope is so solid, man, strong. And now the gates of hell are coming after everything here. And the powers of heaven are shaken. The powers of the demigods are shaken by the modes of ignorance and passion in this world now. See? And the devotees strong in this. That's why here, this is the preparation, man. Sadhu Sangha every day. Because the gates of hell are, shaking now. Jesus even said, there'll be time is going to be. You think it's heavy now. Wait, look at this stuff. Now, draconian the whole world. It's not just before you can escape to another country. This is the whole world is under the lockstep here. You know, where there's no other out but this narrow gate, man. This is why this is great time to preach. This is why we were sent here now, this time. It's perfect time. This is they're squeezed. There's nothing else being offered but this door. Because all those other doors are closed. Even the demigods can't help you. You're just like Draupadi. Even her nice demigod type husbands couldn't help her. Just had to go through the door. See? No way out. See? This is the time. That's why we're here. Preaching becomes real potent here because people, I met this lady. I was in Big Lots. This lady, you could, she was nice lady, but you could tell really in the world and everything and confused. I said something about these confusing times. She said, yeah, it's so confusing. I said, well, we have a program every day and I'm not confused. And many of our students, we're not confused. We have real knowledge. She said, really? So she was open, and this person usually would not be open. She was, but just, people getting so good, they're looking for something. Is there some rope out of this? And you'll see as we get stronger in this, who's just boldly say, hey man, we got a rope. You want to grab it? Are you ready? Some people will. They'll say, oh, okay, See, somebody wants to come on. How do I get on? Who's here? Let me see who's here. Oh, I know. I have one. Just a second. There we go. I have to take this off. There we go. Okay, how do I get? Oh, here we go. How do I find out who's here? Oh, there she is. Okay. All right. There she is. Give us a word there. Give us a word.
Hare Krishna. How long can I talk?
As long as you want.
Hi, nice to see you. I was doing my yoga and I was listening to you and I couldn't resist. I had to jump in and say hello. Yeah, I'm experiencing phases, very extreme phases. Sometimes I'm very high and I feel this ecstasy and I'm completely not in this dimension, and sometimes it's extremely opposite. And this is what I experienced lately. I think 8 days in a row I felt this Krishna substance in my blood. I just had to be here, I just had to talk to devotees. It was like my fuel. I download books, I didn't participate in my language course. I was doing everything just to have this opportunity. And then after 8 days I was like, hey, but I need to learn and I need to work and I need to my stuff, but I didn't care these 8 days. Yeah. And then, physically I had not I was participating, but I had not so much time. And then I became very depressive. I just couldn't handle this. Where is the center? Who I am? How I should behave? I felt guilty and I felt very, very, very depressive. I will not talk more, but it was not pleasant state. And then I shared this and I didn't want to talk about myself, also. But then somehow I am in touch with devotees in the Sangha. I think it's okay that I will say name. And then I shared this with Freddie. And Freddie was actually very surprised that I am in this depression state. And he said something amazing, which was game changer. He said, do your duties, carefully enjoy your life, but as long as you appreciate this preaching guru and you are in contact in devotees in the Sangha, you are safe. And this helped me so much. It touched me so deeply, because my old sense of guilty, because I have extreme personality. I always had. It's really extreme. And as I got this ecstasy from you, I mean, as I could take a shower in your ecstasy, then, you know, so extremely, because, you know, Krishna is present, you know, it's very hard to not get crazy, especially when you have to move in this Maya world. It's really hard to not get crazy. I remember, this is funny. Yeah. So Freddy, it helped me so much, and I also noticed when I'm extremely in Krishna direction, there is also taking false ego with me, and there is some kind of, I think I won't be also important, and then you know, I just have to accept my level where I am really in life, and that this is what it is, you know. And I think this desire and this cooling down, not being so important, but having my place right now in the sangha, you know, this appreciation, just being, you know, just friends with this devotees, this admiration that I have access to hear you, to this preaching, that this is my true, but I just cannot, you know, like fully. And so devotees, sadhu sangha is very important. And I always had to laugh when I'm getting this ecstasy from you, when I'm living this like 24 hours per day. Then I behave like Johan, because then everything what you see, this is related to Krishna, and whatever who wants to talk to you, you just want to correct them and say, yeah, but Krishna this and Krishna that, you know. But when you are not on this platform, it can be sometimes irritating, you know, because you just have to do your stuff, do this, concentrate, and, you know, and somebody is talking to you always, yeah, but this is Krishna here, Krishna's there, Krishna's there. So sometimes I can feel both sides, and yeah, so this is right now. I think I'm getting out from some really deep purification.
Yeah, that's actually, it's you know, it seems like back and forth. It's purification and integration too. You see, after a while, it becomes integrated in your life. You just, I noticed, I also went through, I used to have this really high, then low, high, and then low, high, and then depressive, you know, and then, yeah, but it's all purification, either high or lows, or it doesn't matter, because it's being integrated. You're dissolving things that habits and habitual mentalities, and who knows, just all kinds of crapola, you know, we pick up being in this world, and it becomes more a lifestyle, more and more. I mean, that's how it is for me. It becomes more and more like, oh yeah, this is the way it is, you know, and it's becoming more and more like this. It just doesn't stop, you know. You become more and more comfortable. It's like Krishna's getting more and more comfortable. This is your skin, Krishna. Okay, great, man. You know, we're in this together now, you know, and so you start moving more and more in alignment. So yeah, we're getting aligned. It's like going to you know, a massage therapist. You go into, or it's like a chiropractor. They get you in alignment, your spine. So we're getting in alignment with Krishna's potency. I mean, you know, have the spiritual potency moving on this earth completely is a big thing. I mean, you know. Yeah, so we're, you know, the Lord's preparing us. It's amazing. It's wonderful. I mean, look at what? Go ahead.
Yeah, but I really can feel this blessing, this mercy. I mean, since we are in contact, it's like my ego cannot appreciate what I have in life, but I'm really on the safe umbrella. I can feel it, and yeah.
Yeah, and like this thing, you know, with the ego, after a while, you see it diminishes so much you don't even think about it. You know, there's no more question about there's the ego and then there's this. That's why there's this going on. And gradually, as the false identification goes, then you're more in this. And then even in work or whatever, you're moving in this. You're moving in the truth. You know, and this thing of, oh, the false ego is in conflict with this. No, it's all temporary. You know, it's just, it doesn't, the false ID is not neat, as you see, is needed less and less. Now your real identity. I'm devoted, you know, to Krishna, and Krishna is simply, you know, it's just natural, like breathing. Krishna is ecstasy and worshiping the Lord in truth. This is our real connection. This is our identity. And that is kicked away. No needed. See, and then you'll feel better. You'll see. You'll feel really, you know, it's just this thing of, well, I'm having a little trouble with false ego, you know, false ID, you know. There it goes more and more.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
It was like when I have this feeling, I have this right now, then I feel your every word. I stay under your every word. It's like, and every word is also working in me, you know. And when I used to focus on my things, then I was taking personally your preaching, you know, and I became very angry, and I was like, how it can be? What Maya? I just need to do this, you know. And I had this feeling that for this month that I had to protect this material life because nobody will understand me. Everybody will say that this is Maya, and I didn't feel like this, you know. I just feel like, okay, this must be done, and I don't want to explain it. And just now I'm understanding this, and I'm stopped to taking this personally. So I think this was cleansed.
Yeah.
Vielen Dank.
You know, this understanding is a great word. You know, yesterday, you know, I passed by a truck the other day, and these rocks came down out of it was one of these cement trucks, and the rocks came down and broke my windshield and light. And so anyway, the insurance guy came to me and called me up and said, I'm going to record this call. And it said this and this and this and this. And he said, do you understand? And I knew what he was talking, because I learned about civil law. It says, oh, this guy's using civil law for court law, because they do the same thing to get you, because there's natural law and there's also civil law. But people don't understand or stand under natural law. And this is a worldly idea, okay? But we're going to make the connection. So they stand, so in the world, the Maya works is they get you to stand under civil law. But you got to acknowledge, you got to accept it. See, that's just like why, you know, why they're trying to get you to accept voluntarily that thing, convince you or lie to, trick you, you know, hold information and all that. So anyway, they want you to accept civil law, so you stand and say, do you understand this? But the real truth is, but they're saying, do you stand under what I said? Do you agree? We're making a verbal contract, see, or a written do you understand? Sign your name, or you acknowledge it verbally. See, now the same thing. So natural law is, there's a certain, do you stand under natural law? You can do that, actually. People have done that here. Sometimes it works and doesn't, because, you know, the society is pretty forceful. Now there's another third understanding. That's what you get here. And when you say, yes, I understand now I understand what you're doing and everything, and what you're talking about, and it's, you know, so what you're actually saying, I stand under your word. See? I'm making a contract with you. See, I'm agreeing here. This is a covenant. This is, so you're having, we're actually, a covenant is what they talk about in Christianity, covenant with God. So anyway, I'm preaching here. I'm teaching another law, one that's more natural, not bodily, because that's just natural law is bodily law. To do with because you're bodily, you know, you're born into this world and you're naturally free, more or less. But here, when this teaching, when you say and agree, because I'm actually having a binding contract with people here. When I'm preaching like this, you just of your own free will, and I say, do you understand? Or you say, I understand. You're saying, I'm standing under your teaching here. And then when you do that, then you're under a new law. That's the law of the soul. The law of the soul. So the devotees here are learning to stand under the law of the soul. See? Now, This is, and you get it. You see, wow, this is even better than the natural law of the body, the material body, because even they can't get completely free. You notice they're fighting now for natural law. People are alert, but they can't do it. These draconians are coming out and saying, no, we're going to force you, because we're empowered by the mode of ignorance right now. The Lord is empowered. So the Lord is driving people to this natural law, the truly natural law of the soul. That's what we preach here. See? When you stand on, you say to me, because this is a mailbox here, this is just a mailbox. You say here, to this mailbox, you stand under this teaching, the Lord takes it seriously because he's making a binding contract for your soul, to free your soul from the devil or the Maya, the illusion. See? So, you stand under these teachings? Oh, okay, well, very good. And then he awakens your relationship with him. See? If you don't stand under these teachings, you'll do what the people are that leave here. Even some ecstatic ones, they leave and say, well, I'm sorry, I'm not agreeing anymore. I don't stand under your teaching. I'm standing under my understanding and my content. Oh, okay, well, then the Lord, okay, you break the contract. And that's why the people will lose their ecstasy. You will see. If they don't come back here, they will lose their ecstasy in this life. And because they're breaking the contract, they're not standing under these teachings coming here. And then you have the choice. I mean, you can compare them. You can look in the books. That's why everybody should study the books. Everything I say here, you should look in the books and see what you're standing under. Because people, they're standing under the checklist. See, in ISKCON. Because they're saying, yes, we worshiping Christian, we're coming, and we stand under the teachings of our guru, this checklist. But the checklist isn't in the book. So that thing is going to fall. It's a house of cards. Even like your guru. See, your guru's teaching, your ex-guru, or whatever you want to call him. One you're going to deliver by your own example. He's standing under austerity and rules and regulations and pujas to be delivered. See? But that's not the teaching here. We're standing under something different. We're standing under pure love of God as the way to be delivered. Pure devotion is the way to attain Krishna. See, you're standing under these new teachings. He's not. See, and time will prove that his house will fall down. It needs to. Falling down means now you're starting to get the opportunity to pay obeisances to the truth, because here we just fall down to the truth. Yeah, good. All right, thank you, Pani. He did it in a private chat. Pani had to go because of he's got to pick up Vrinda. It's amazed he got away for long enough to have this. So this is basically it. Krishna consciousness is a progressive thing. And we may start out with teachers and gurus who have not realized Krishna, but ultimately is meant to meet the bona fide spiritual master. And when you have faith in the real representative of Shuddha Bhakti in this world and Krishna, boom, now you stand under that teaching. Now you've got a binding contract with your soul, and forever you'll be liberated. And that's exactly what you'll teach to the world, is what you learned from your guru. That's how Prahlad taught. He said, I learned this from my guru, and he taught it and liberated demons. See, he didn't speculate on. It's not like people learned from Prabhupada, and then they didn't really understand Prabhupada, and then they preached some checklist, which is not what Prabhupada preached, in essence, in his book on how to be delivered. See, and they become misrepresentations of that truth. See, so if people stand under that, their house will fall. It's not a binding contract of their soul with the Supreme Lord. When you meet the real guru, it is, and you will feel it. You will experience it. You'll have spiritual experiences, just like chapter 1 of Adi Lila preaches. You'll have all of that you read in that book manifesting in your life. Then you're in the real line. Okay? And you become a real guru in due course. You will preach that and liberate others. See, because the line is the line, man. It's either the real line or some misrepresentation of it. See? You got to be a real disciple in the line, and then you'll become a real guru, just naturally, easily, just without even thinking about it. Just like Ishwar Puri became a real guru just simply by serving his guru with loving, with loving service, loving ecstasy. He served his guru sincerely and just automatically became a representative of the line. And Lord Chaitanya took initiation. Hi there. Oh, we have so many people today. It's been steady, like 15, 16 people. It's pretty interesting. Yeah.
Yes, since days it's a number.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's 16, lucky 7, 6 and 1, 7. Good fortune for us today. Let's see, somebody else is here. Let's see who else is that. It's KSD. This guy has a lot of names here. A lot of aliases.
We know him.
Yeah.
This soft guy from UK.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so maybe we'll stop here. My voice is idiot. Do you have anything else you want to conclude here, Shaman Sundari? Anything you want to say?
No, just appreciation and grateful for your preaching and for Sadhu Sangha. It's really relieving to not want to be somebody important and to finding place and to appreciation. And I see really value in Sadhu Sangha, how it works, how dynamic and organic. And and sometimes I have this feeling that devotees in this Sangha, of course, not everybody has even everybody contact, or one and others have less or more, but there is this general feeling that devotees love each other. And I was contemplating this lately, that we love this because we have this love for God, and this is what binds us. This is what makes us we want to love each other. Sometimes we don't have contact, but we think about each other, and there is some special bonding between all of us. And it's very dynamic.
Yeah. No, this is it. Relationships. Yeah, these are eternal too. This is all because Krishna is the center, and not only Krishna in some regulative fashion. Oh, Bhakta Thomas.
Bhakta Thomas is knocking.
He's knocking. Okay. It's a couple people here. Yeah. We'll get them all on here. Okay, there we go. Yeah. It's all it's all relationships, man. It's really wonderful. And and you could see why, this is so raw, it's raw Krishna, it's real Krishna, really. And Vrindavan is a very hidden place, very hidden, and we're revealing the new Vrindavan. When you get this, when you like this, and you like the devotees here, and you get, you see, and you just get more and more Vrindavan consciousness. More and more. It's like you express Vrindavan here just naturally, and people see, but maybe not see, but you just get more in, it's like Narada Muni. He just brings Vrindavan wherever he is. He's just a moving Vrindavan. We're all becoming like that, more and more. Yeah. Okay, so have a nice morning, everybody. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Gurudev. Class was amazing.
Another 4 hours today. Amazing. God, I started late too again. It's 5 o'clock. 9 o'clock already. It was so funny. I felt like I didn't have much ecstasy today. You know, like in the
Oh,
beginning.
really?
Yeah, I was feeling like why am I not feeling the usual ecstasy? And that's why I started reading this and that and all that. It still wasn't, but still, we got 4 hours. How the hell 4 hours? I don't know. I can't understand Krishna and Radha. It is so mysterious.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like I was mentioned this last 8 days, it was like 8 after day, you know, one day fantastic and complete, and you
Yeah.
cannot deny. And this mantra and these names. Sometimes I had the experience like I was standing in the bathroom and I was just repeating in me Radha and Krishna's name. And I was so hypnotizing, you know, just from name. And then I started to think, what if I would read now some pastimes or to exchange with some devotees? But before I would get there, I couldn't content just the names, you know. I was just standing there and repeating these names, and I felt like, oh my God, they accept me like I am, and this is, whoa, this is real. So there was one day and another was fantastic, and then I was wake up and another day was fantastic, and 8 days in a row it was like, whoa, I can do everything right now. And then the day came, I just woke up and it was like dry desert and these thoughts, you know, and I was like, oh no, what's going on, what's now not nice.
Yeah. Well, that's a separation, and see the separation. First, the Lord does that. Vrindavan give you this intimate communion, this high, you know, intimacy and all that, and then all of a sudden, it's gone. But you see, it's also for us at this stage. That separation is purifying so many things.
Yes.
It's dissolving so many identifications and everything. And also increasing the desire, the hankering again to meet with Krishna. See, so it's doing all of it. Go ahead.
Because even when I want to say it, sorry, I just had this need to talk about my feelings, because I was angry, you know, I was listening to you, but I was angry. I was taking this personally, and I was angry at this preaching. And I think even this was transcendental. I was profiting because I was angry, but at this preaching, at these devotees, that they can and I cannot, you know?
Yeah,
so
amazing.
It's another anger.
Yeah, it's another anger. No, it's exceptionally wonderful.
Okay, Gurudev must rest, but maybe Bhakta Tom will tell us one word. It will probably take 5 minutes.
Give us a word. I give him 2 minutes.
Whoa.
Whoa.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Okay, I have to say that then the pressure disappears. I just tell Krishna, no pressure, yes, and then there's no pressure. So there's no pressure. I'm still very interested to talk more about Guru Tattva, to hear more from you about Guru Tattva, because I feel this is like hanging in the air, this subject, and it's time again to make it clear again. What is Guru Tattva?
Really?
How to distinguish the real guru from the false guru, and what is guru? Is there also a guru in me? And how it works? I feel it's time to look in that again sometime.
I also apply. I also feel open and ready now for it.
Really? Wow. That's all I've been talking about is Guru Tattva. You can watch the whole class is all Guru Tattva, man. Okay. We'll talk more Guru Tattva. What else? You know, what to do. Yeah. I like it. It's good. It's good to. If it's necessary, we do it. Yeah.
Maybe you can repeat some conclusions. Like in the end of a class, you can give the solid conclusion.
Yeah. Well, actually, so basically, I just was Guru Tattva, and just what I was talking about here is basically your guru means you're listening to a word. See, in the beginning was the Word. The Word was with God. The Word was God. and is God. So that word of God, now God is Shuddha. See, Shuddha Bhakti, he comes from the transcendental realm of consciousness. And that transcendental realm comes through the word. It comes through the word of the real empowered devotee, guru, spiritual master. You listen to that word. See, that word has a conception of the absolute truth. And you listen to that conception, stand under it. See, oh yeah, and you'll see it. You'll say, yeah, I understand this. Wow, this is great. See, so, and then when you naturally stand under it, see, you're standing under it from your heart. It's like your heart is saying it. You're not just doing it from like, here, I'm Guru Dave, and you just accept the checklist here just because, and you blindly accept it, even though your heart, you're not in touch with your heart. Or maybe your heart is saying, no, I don't want to, but I'm supposed to. And I know there's something right, but I don't know what to do because I'm just not clear. You know, many devotees like this. See, so they're standing under a flimsy foundation. See, so real guru is this, is you hear the real word of the transcendental Lord that gives you the real transcendental knowledge. See, transcendental conception, transcendental knowledge, synonymous, same. See, you stand under that, man. Now you got a solid foundation. Even the gates of hell will not prevail against it. Not even the gates of the demigods will prevail. The jealousy of demigods and powerful charismatic persons cannot knock that down because you're standing under the truth and set free by it. See, you gotta, that's rock. See, Peter, your faith in the truth is here before you. See, what was that truth? Jesus said, who do you say I am? And everybody was a little weak still and saying, well, they say you're a great, they say, you know, mousy. Oh, they say you're a great teacher. You know, all that. And Peter said, you're the Messiah. You've come to deliver us. See, when you see that in your real guru, man, you see that quality of deliverance and you stand under that conception. That is the truth. My guru has come to deliver the world. And they're real. They're a real spiritual master. This is the way it is supposed to be. When you stand under that, because that truth really solid from your heart, knowing from this way and that angle that this is really true. See, now you got Guru Tattva. Now the Lord will use you to deliver people out of the world. And you see that here. You see those who are effective here, like Johan and Lalita and Govinda, is their faith. They're not like, going through this and that. They're faithful. And also you guys are all, you know, you're coming up the
Yeah, I
ranks
just
here.
wanted to mention Guru Dev because I have my life and I have my duties, but I come here because I believe in you.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah.
So since we met, I'm coming here. So I'm also good.
Yeah. But you see, I won't say that because you want to be acknowledged. See, so I withhold. See, so that's pull out. A lot of people want acknowledgement. When I mention Lalita and Johan and Govinda, they don't care about acknowledgement. See, so and that's why I do. It's the same thing. I became a guru like this, a deliverer guru. I didn't care about it. The Lord withheld it. Maybe I wanted it a little bit before. I don't know, you know, but he held it till it just started kind of happening naturally and like here. And so, and then the acknowledgement comes and all that stuff. Oh, just by the fact you have faith in this, God is very pleased with this. But he doesn't like to water weeds. It's just his nature. Sometimes he might encourage people a little bit, you know, but you know, he just wants the real bhakti to grow. And sometimes it grows by, well, why is he mentioning my name? See, so do you want? Let me ask you there, Shama Sundari and others. Okay, do you want to be one of those persons that, oh, this person gave a donation of their time and their faith in our church, and we put a plaque up there. See, that's your reward, is the plaque. Do you want that? Or do you want the real reward? See, the real reward is taste. increasing taste. So much more. And this other stuff you see, you know, people will praise you and blame you. That always comes with preaching. But that, you know, you don't get off on that. It's not that. It's for the benefit of others. When they praise you, they'll be able to taste Ras. Just like the real guru. The real guru is tasting Ras, praising transcendental devotees. See, not the acknowledgement that they get from their disciples. That's good for them, isn't it? You know, look at when Lalita Ganga says, "Oh, my Guru Devananda," she's relishing the Ras of that. Not, you know, she's tasting that. And I'm thinking, wow, look at that. I would think I want to come as a devotee of a guru like that, you know, and relish that taste. That's why Lord Chaitanya said with Radharani, he came as a devotee. He says, I want to relish what she's relishing, worshiping me. The guru is thinking the same thing. It's like, wow, look at that. She has a bona fide living guru in this life, living guru that she can praise and relish the taste of that. That's fantastic. You know, you guys are getting something that I don't have. I can't say somebody. So, but my disciples are becoming so exalted that I get the taste of praising them when I feel like it. You know, and glorifying them because they're, you know, coming to the point where they can handle it. Do you get the drift here, what Guru Tattva is all about? And the process of becoming one?
So, my aim, it wasn't to be a guru, but it's more to be convinced. And yesterday I was reading about 8 verses from the Bible about lukewarm. Yes, I want to have this this faith, this being convinced and really this drive, being motivated.
Yeah, but that comes automatically by hearing and serving. So, you know, it'll just come naturally. You can't force it. You can't, you know, earn it that way. Other than just continue here, keep participating. It'll come all naturally, all in due course. It's like Shama Sundari. She can't go beyond where she is at. You know, you can't go beyond where, you know, you are where you are. We just keep cultivating and going deeper. It's a joyful path. This path that you're on now is joyfully performed. If there's no joy in it right now at certain times, it's just because the false IDs are getting burned up in the baptism by fire. You know, so it's all good. It just gets better. You know, it gets easier, clearer, and more relishable forever.
I like what you say about you don't care, but it's very logical. If I'm convinced, then I don't care about lesser gods, lesser paths. Yeah, then I'm convinced. So it's also being stable, being solid. It's logical that we don't care about certain things anymore. We are free from doubts, and we don't care about certain things.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's why, you know, I don't hold on to these gurus. They're no rope for me. These authorities, they might be a rope for you, but I say to me, it's a false rope, man. My rope is the truth. My rope is this ecstatic worship of the Lord. If I lose that, I lost the rope. But the Lord is faithful, man. He's showing me every day. He still comes back, man. You know, so that rope is strong, stronger than any other rope I felt. These gurus are all fall. Many have fallen already. But this rope, the Lord keeps coming back, keeps giving me life. You know, he's solid. See, he's strong. By holding on, he holds on. See, so this is the idea. And so guru is to help us learn how to do that. You know? And otherwise, that's why you see these gurus are falling away, because they also have to be like that. They have to grab onto the real rope. They can't be teaching these other things. You know, you got to be an example of the guru, and the book has to confirm. You know, you go look chapter 1. Is my guru, you say, is Guru Hari Das, does he conform to these standards in chapter 1 of Adi Lila. Read it for yourself. Read it over and over again. You know, and see. Am I having spiritual experience? Do I feel spiritual strength? You know, am I getting more and more connected? Okay, so anyway, time to go. Hare Krishna, everybody.
Hare Krishna, thank you.
Thank you.